Okay. Let's get to work here. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, today we are going to spend the morning and afternoon looking at celebrating your achievements, taking a look at the incredible work that you have been creating over the past 5 months or so. So today's our free bonus episode, and we're going to get right into it. Just a quick little idea of how we're going to go about things. We're going to talk a little bit about your paintings that you made based on the most recent episodes. Then we're going to talk about your drawings from Z to A, or Z to A, and then we're going to talk about your paintings that you created from Z to A. So the last episode was like 7 hours. I'm hoping it's not 7 hours today, but I want to go through all of the work that you guys have created as thoroughly as possible. If you find anything that I say useful, helpful, encouraging, please consider liking, subscribing, and hitting the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $2, $5, $10, to show your appreciation for these episodes, I would be super grateful. That's basically the only way that I support this channel is through your donations. You can scan the QR code there. That's what it looks like when you go to the PayPal page, where you can safely, securely donate to support the channel. Again, you'll notice that there's nobody foisting any trash on you. I get so many emails every day about junk, but I try to keep this as accessible as possible. So if you have the means, I would appreciate your support. You can send by PayPal, you can send an e-transfer or a check or money order, or even use the YouTube Super Chat while we're here live. There's Paula. Hi, Paula. Happy New Year. The Solitude Soul says, the stuff you're doing is gold. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Tatiana says, Happy New Year. The Solitude Soul says, can you please give a review of Clifford Bailey's artwork? I'm not sure if it's on the Facebook group. I'll absolutely talk about it for sure. I don't remember seeing that name come up, though, but so let me know in the chat where that work is, or if it's maybe under a different name or something. Barbara says, hooray, Happy New Year, Michael. Hope you've had a good holiday. Thank you, Barbara. Just a couple days ago, we got back from Harrison Hot Springs here, kind of an hour and a half drive east of Vancouver. My daughter loves the hot tubs and the pools, and we spent most of our time running between the various different hot springs. But seeing her happy makes me super happy. It's also, I can't complain, sitting in a hot tub basically all day for several days. Not a bad way to refresh here. Thank you for asking, Barbara. I hope you had a good New Year as well. Christina says, Happy New Year, Michael. May 2025 return to the bowels of the underworld from whence it came. Absolutely, yes. I think 2025 was a difficult year for a lot of people. So 2026, let's bring in some great positive energy, make it a creative year. The Solitude Souls know Clifford Bailey's a contemporary artist who mixes realism, 1930s Art Deco theme with modern features. I found his paintings to be very interesting and worth practicing. Interesting. I will definitely make a note of it here. Add it to the list. Clifford Bailey. Thank you for the hot tip. Oh, there's Stephanie in the chat. Happy New Year, Stephanie. You got lots of work from you too. And 58 DB says, Happy New Year, Michael and friends. Likewise, yes. Okay, so let's, I love all of these salutations and cheers, but I think let's get to it. Let's start taking a look at everything that you guys have posted to the Facebook group. So just as a quick reminder that if you want to participate in one of these episodes in the future, you got to join the Facebook group and then take a photograph of your work and upload to the Facebook group. And as you're going to see here, I go through everything that's on the Facebook group. So whether it's some of the more recent painting or drawing episodes we've done, or it's paintings or drawings you've done on your own outside of class, or even with other teachers, or maybe it's the drawing series that I did almost 6 years ago now, or even some of the paintings I did from that original painting series 5.5 years ago. I still give people free feedback on that, so you can scan the QR code. It takes you to the Facebook group, and that's a little bit of an idea of what it looks like, so you'll know when you get there. Thank you, my friend Solitude Soul. You're amazing, truly amazing. I appreciate that. I can't wait for spring to arrive. I feel the Monet spirit in me wanting to wake up every spring season. I love it. The Monet spirit. That's great. Okay, so let's... I've got stuff queued up, ready to go. So... Oh, why is that not... Well, let's begin with your master studies. So, how about let's talk about Gabriele Münter. Now, I'm trying to think where was the... Okay. So, let's just take a look at the work that you guys sent in for Gabriele Münter. These are some artworks inspired by her work. Okay. Maybe let's start here, and we'll talk about the artwork you made inspired by it afterwards, Emily. So, and so these are a few drawings you've done using Procreate. So that it's a good reminder right off at the beginning that one thing I love about drawing is that you can do it on any kind of surface. You can draw it on paper with a pen, a pencil, a stick in the sand at the beach, with a found pencil and a piece of photocopy paper you pull out of the recycle bin at the library or something. Or you can draw on your tablet and your phone. I once taught a course on how to draw on your phone, and maybe if people are interested, let me know in the comments. Maybe we could do a couple episodes where I can show people some just basic drawing exercises and apps using your phone. Let me know if that's something of interest to you. But this is great for a drawing you've done on a tablet. It definitely, like the tool you used, did a great job at creating that drawing like texture on a sketchbook paper. That turned out really well. I think this, I mean, it looks great. It reminds me of the original, which is fantastic. Let's look at what Kathleen did. That's great. So I think this was like our warm-up drawing on this episode. It was a little while ago. So this looks good. One thing I noticed is maybe And this is a stylistic thing, but you'll notice her nose is coming straight down like that. I probably would have had a little bit of an angle of this nose kind of coming out on a diagonal here. I think that's closer to the way that Münter herself did it, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm totally wrong on that one. But this is good. They get better and better as you go, which is ideal, right? That ideally every drawing we make is getting us closer and closer to where we want to be. Yeah, I don't know what else can I say about that one. I think that's fantastic. Here's Maria's. That looks great, Maria. Love that. I don't know what else I can add to that. That's beautiful. That turned out great. Wow, Senga. That's cool. And then there's another version. Okay. That's interesting, Senga. You kind of gave it your own spin here and made it a little bit more of your own image, because this is a little bit closer here to what the original by Münter looked like, and you've tried to kind of, it almost appears, add a little bit more, quote, realistic, less stylized facial features than the original. I'm not sure how intentional that was or not, but I think that's great. I think one of the things that I hope to always happen coming out of these episodes is that people start to develop their own styles and techniques, approaches, find themes and imagery that appeal specifically to each person, and so that the artwork goes from being kind of a generic copy to a copy that, or an artwork that is inspired by the original and starts to become your own. So I love that. I love that there's a little bit of, because I think one thing that it is very difficult to suppress your own style, and often it kind of leaks out in strange ways, usually ways that people are angry about or embarrassed about, insecure about, but that's actually your style breaking free of the chains. It can't be held back any longer, and I encourage people to embrace that. So these are great. Everybody did a fantastic job on these here. And let's just see, Emily also included some artworks inspired by Münter here, so I love this drawing. That's great. Yeah, again, like, it really has that, like, here's the one that you did based directly on Münter's work. And then I like how you've kind of used a similar sort of, again, this is probably done on Procreate, that same drawing tool, and then used her simplified drawing language. Although one of the things I love about Münter is how diverse her style is. She goes sometimes from really kind of cartoony almost styles to more realistic styles and kind of Fauvist imagery and back and forth, and I find it really inspiring. That's obviously one of the reasons why I'm such a big fan of her work and why I think we did 3 episodes focused on her. And there's another one coming down the line as well. That's great. This painting too. Again, that's something I also encourage people to do, is take some of your drawings, transform them into paintings. Or vice versa, take a painting that you've done and try to turn it into a drawing. We often think of drawings as a means to a painting, but sometimes it's nice to think of a drawing as a means to its own end, or even a painting as a means to a drawing, right? That kind of upends the so-called hierarchy of visual art, in that painting is at the top of the mountain and drawing is at the bottom. It's just what you do in order to get to the top of the mountain. When I was in art college, I was a drawing major. That was my specialization, was in drawing. So I see drawing and painting as literal equals, not as one above the other. So I think it's a kind of fun exercise to even take a painting and turn it into a drawing, which we've done in these episodes many times. We've done paintings or drawings based on paintings. Okay, these are fantastic. Let's move on to the next set of images here. What was the next one? I think we did this drawing, a portrait that Münter did of her friend the poet, EK. So let's just look at all of them together. So there's Emily's version, there's Maria's version, and Senga's version. I'm trying to remember how we did this particular drawing here. It's interesting that Senga, you've used the grid in order to help you get that drawing started, right? Totally legitimate. I think in this episode I tried to use multiple different drawing approaches or techniques to create each one of these. So we might have done a grid, I can't remember. This one here, Maria. Let's see if I can see evidence on how you approached this one. Looks good. I see kind of moving some of the features around a little bit. Adjusting. So here's some marks here. Maybe there is a grid on this. Did we use a grid for this one? If you've used a grid, you've done an excellent job of erasing it. Oh, I do see some more lines here. So I always think whatever you got to do to make your drawing or your painting, as long as you're not hurting anybody, is totally legitimate. And I think if anybody ever tells you you're cheating or you're doing it wrong or that's not the way you're supposed to do it, I think those are voices that you shouldn't listen to. I think it's fair to experiment and try different techniques rather than to always use the same one. But feel free to experiment, try different things, find the one that works best for you. And then even then, that style that works really good for you at one moment might not work good for you in other situations. So the more different styles and techniques that you can gather, I think of them all like tools that you put into your belt or your toolbox, that whenever you find yourself kind of up against a wall, it's like, well, this screwdriver isn't working. Let's, what do we got in here? Let's, I don't know, scissors? Well, maybe let's use a tape, or let's use a hammer. Let's just smash this thing. Light it on fire. What can we do to get our idea onto the page? So this is great. And Emily, I wonder how you did this one. Perhaps one of the advantages of doing things on a tablet is you can create grids and use layers so that you can then do your drawing and then delete or hide the layers that you use to get your drawing started. We can obviously do those same sort of things analog on regular piece of paper, but sometimes it's more difficult to get rid of those initial lines. But I have shown you, I think even maybe with one of these drawings we did here, I used carbon paper to do an image transfer process. So just knowing that there is even a way to take a drawing that is full of messy lines, transfer onto another piece of paper or canvas or glass or wood or whatever surface, and make it look like it just appeared perfectly out of thin air, right? Great job, everybody. Well done. Okay, let's keep on trucking here. What's another one? Oh yeah, okay, so we have the drawings. Okay, so this was her friend that she did a drawing of reading, and then we did a paint. Then Münter. So okay, so this is based on Münter's drawing of her friend reading and writing in a chair. And then Münter took this drawing and made a painting based on it, and we did that same thing ourselves, right? That's beautiful. I really like the line work in this, Emily. That's really, really nice. Again, I'm assuming this is done in Procreate. I like the variety of widths that you're using, how the lines get wider and thinner. That helps give a more expressive line, because the line is kind of changing, and you can use that to make, like, the line work for the fingers is small, but the line work for the clothing is a little bit wider, and then the line work for the chair, especially behind her head here, is much wider. So those subtle differences in width of the tool, the mark making tool, help kind of also us to distinguish different shapes, different forms from one another, so that we're not like thinking, well, what is this weird thing coming out of her head? Is that a coat hanger? Or I'm not really... If they're all done using the exact same width, then that could be a legitimate thing, that confusion that happens. Versus if there's a variety of widths, the unconscious part of our brain says, well, that's probably a different thing. That's probably not part of her body because it's drawn so differently, right? So those are beautiful little subtle characteristics that the viewer's mind can use to distinguish different things from one another. That's cool too, Senga. Great. I would say the one thing I feel about this one, Senga, is that you can see there's lots of room at the top of the page, and then as we go down towards her feet, it feels like it's getting squished down there. It kind of gives me the feeling that you recognized probably somewhere around the middle of the page, you're like, I'm starting to run out of room here, and then everything started to kind of get squished down. That's why I'm always a big proponent of trying to organize your picture, to compose it, roughly putting in the basic shapes first. That way you're less likely to run into a situation like this. Because if you just start drawing at the top and you start working your way down like a printer does, a computer printer, then sometimes you realize like this, like, oh, I ran out of room down here. It reminds me of times where, like, you might see a sign, at a protest, maybe it's a protest, somebody goes like, protest, and they run out of room. They're like, what if I... Okay, that's sign. And I see these things all the time, at like a hockey game, somebody writes like, go team. Everything starts to shrink down. So if instead we were to plan this out, what I would do is write like protest, like on another piece of paper, sketch it out, and that way I'm more likely to have enough room for everything to fit inside here. Same sort of thing, all right? Go team. And I realize, oh, you know what? There's going to be a bunch of empty space. So then what I might do is I might start this again and go and try it, write it out again. I'm like, oh, okay, now that's probably better. Go, and then sometimes I might even start over here. Right, and then I go, you know what? Now there's still too much, That's too close. Looks like got ihm, right? So then we try to space it out a little bit more. So this is the benefit of doing some sketching, is that we can kind of organize the space a little bit more. If that makes any sense to anybody. Okay. So let's look at the paintings. Oops, there we go. Paul Kelly says, that's a problem I have with centering. Yeah, so, you know, again, sometimes adding a little bit of a grid, figure out where the center actually is. All right, so literally you can draw like a line like that, and now you know where your center is. Right, so, and then if we do something like this, we're trying to figure out where do I put the go team, right? Well, maybe I know now that this, right? Same thing with my protest. I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I think of this as I'm going to need 7 little blocks here. I think I put too many, right? I got to P-R-O. Right, so I'm kind of blocking out all of those letter forms to make sure I've got space for them. Okay, so let's look at these paintings that you guys did based on Gabriele Münter's. I love this painting. I'm a big fan. Obviously, again. Interesting. I like how, Senga, you've got the process you used. So here's Kathy's version. That turned out great, Kathy. I can't remember. I probably have the original right here. You know what? I'm not going to compare your guys' work here. Let's just stay focused. I do feel, though, like maybe the features of the face are a little bit subtle. Maybe they could be slightly darker, and not necessarily every part of it darker. I might maybe have the eyelid here, where the eyelashes are, a little bit darker, and maybe like the tip of the nose or a nostril, and then maybe the top lip being a little bit darker. You could kind of get away with the chin being like that, although again, I might put a little bit of a darker area there just to define those features a little bit more. But having said that, subtlety can be very satisfying. I mean, I'm just nitpicking because I think this is a really great painting, and obviously, Kathy, you're super talented and capable these days, so it's thinking like, what can I do to offer somebody a little bit who's already making masterpieces make a better masterpiece, if that's even such a thing. Okay, Emily's okay. It's great. I love that you're drawing on your tablet and you're making paintings too, so that you're not just entirely in the digital realm, that you're doing things in the quote real world as well. I like this. I like it's a little bit different. You know, her expression here suggests that she's looking off to our left here. That it's almost like she's writing and is thinking to herself, what was I gonna say, or how exactly did that happen? Right? It's a very subtle thing that what you've done here with this line. You know, so let's say So it's just worth kind of, maybe it's a little bit more like that, right? So where we decide to put the emphasis on the, it's a little bit dark, right? So if I've got it like this, it can be kind of ambiguous. It's like, I don't know, are her eyes totally closed? Is she looking down here or here? It's hard to say. And that can be literally what can happen if someone's kind of looking in a particular way. It's hard to know, are they sleeping or are they reading a book? That's why sometimes in real life, you're like, hello? Are your eyes open? I do this with my daughter all the time because we might be at a movie theater or something, and I look over and she's looking down. I go like, are you still awake? And she's like, get your hand out of the way. I'm looking for the popcorn on my shirt, right? So for instance, right, if I just make a little extra darker area here, now it looks like she's looking in this direction, right? But if I change that and I make it just a little bit darker here, now it looks like she's looking here. And so when I look at your artwork, let's bring this up. You can see how what you've done here is you've got this area and it's a little bit wider. Well, you don't see this other eye, I guess, but you just see this eye here, and how that being a little bit darker up there suggests, to me anyway, that she's looking off to the side, or that side, I guess. It's always confusing here. Okay. I mean, and that's not a problem. I mean, if anything, it's kind of, I love those weird little things where you just put a little brushstroke down and it's like, whoa, the whole meaning potentially of the painting is changed just based on where that brushstroke went. I just find that fascinating. Okay, Maria. Wow, that's beautiful. It's interesting with your painting here, Maria. I really feel her leaning forward in a way that this one, she kind of feels like she's really got her shoulder up, like, And Kathy, she feels like she's kind of just looking down, writing. It's funny though. Again, look at these eyes. I just find this super fascinating. It's like, look at the eyes here. She looks like she's looking straight down. Emily's looks like she's looking off to our left. And then here, Maria's almost looks like she's looking beyond. Again, it's almost like she's writing something. Instead of looking down, she's like looking at something just past her book. Like maybe she's sketching something on the floor, like a sleeping cat or something. I mean, again, it's beautiful. I'm not saying that you've done anything wrong. I just find it fascinating how just a little brushstroke change can impact the way that we as the viewer, quote, read the painting. And there's Paula's there. I could only use watercolor brushes. Okay. Wow, you did this during babysitting time. That's cool. I bet my video helped put some little child to sleep. They're just like, oh my goodness, this is boring. Yeah, that's cool, Paula. Again, it's amazing that you're able to do this without using any templates or anything. That looks great. And so you can see here, now she looks like she's looking right at us, right? We can see her eyes, right, are almost, you know, like kind of, oops. looking straight forward here. Right, just by, you know, we can see the white of her eye there. And Senga, that's great. It's interesting. This one now, again, looks like she's looking down, maybe almost past the tip of her pen, maybe towards her thumb, maybe kind of looking at something else she wrote earlier on the other page of her notebook. Fascinating, fascinating stuff. What can I offer you anything here, Senga? I don't think so. I mean, maybe some of these brushstrokes on her pants here are a little bit darker and bolder, thicker, wider than they need to be, but it's also not so bad. It kind of makes it, there's something about the way that you've painted this that makes it almost look like it's like white pants or gold pants, like, or there's a shine to it, and that this white is not white but a reflection on, like, you know, like, not sequin, but just kind of like metallic kind of flowy fabric. Okay. Let's move on. Okay, I think these are all great. Great job, everybody. Let's look at what's the next Münter. Okay, let's look at this painting. I love this painting. I'm such a big, obvious, it goes without saying that I'm a fan of Gabriele Münter's work here. It just reminds me of, like, I feel like the painting like this should be way, way more well known than it is. And I can't remember if this is, I think this is in a private collection somewhere, so I think somebody's going to, in a few generations, flip this paint, the original, for a I don't know, down payment on a home or homes or a castle, because I think it deserves to be much more widely known than it is. So fascinating. Okay, where should we start? Maybe we'll start here with Senga's. So interesting. So you said didn't use the template. So are these markers of some kind? Kind of looks like maybe acrylic paint pens or some kind of markers. Hard to tell. Looks great. I feel like we're maybe missing the eyes here. Right, you got a little bit of a Modigliani thing with the blank eyes. Not that that's a bad thing. Just, I think, a little bit different than what Münter did herself. It's worth just sort of thinking about how that expression, you know, the lack of the black, the pupils, the irises of her eyes might change the meaning that one gets from a painting like this. Wow, this is really beautiful, Paula. It's, again, I love that you're not using the template, but the way that you've painted it, it actually makes it feel a little bit less stylized, a little bit more natural, closer to the original, or close, not closer to the original, closer to, quote, real life. Right? There's a little bit more naturalism in her features. even the wrist, which is one of those unusual things we talked about when we did this painting, how it kind of strange and elongated or anatomically, I don't want to say incorrect, but awkward it might originally appear, and you've kind of made it feel a little bit more, quote, normal. That's beautiful. Maria, that's great. I love this. I really like the background in particular. I love the way that we've got these kind of areas of where it's a little bit lighter, a little bit more yellow, and then it gets darker, thicker, and then as we get closer to the body again, it lightens back up again, giving her this sort of halo-like effect where it's just, she kind of glows a little bit. That's kind of satisfying. It makes it look like she's radiating some kind of energy or power, and that, I think, gives the subject, this woman, a lot of agency. She feels like there's a power to her, all right? That she's radiating something. And then, wow, Kathy's, again, something totally different. It's interesting looking at these hands, too. Again, this strange elongated wrist here that is, you know, one of the signature parts of this painting. I think it's very hard to resist the urge to not, quote, try to fix it. And I'm sure Münter herself, she was a very talented, skilled, educated, trained artist. I'm sure it's when she originally made this artwork, it, I'm sure, popped out to her as something a little bit odd, but she decided to embrace it and keep it in there. And I often think that that's, you almost want that in, we probably talked about this in that episode, that there's something about moments like that in a painting that, first of all, I think signify humanity, that because we're all a little bit goofy and weird, and none of us are perfect, that there's that injecting some kind of slightly weird, awkward moment in a painting just reminds the viewer, like, oh, this is made by a human being, not some magical deity that has just graced us for a moment and touched a canvas and made perfection and flown back up into the sky. That this is a person, and people make, quote, mistakes, and that's a good thing, right? We don't want to be robots. I don't want to be a robot, at least, right? But it's also sometimes, I think, it's one of those things that just catches your attention. Like I noticed, for instance, here on YouTube, since I'm a YouTuber, there's something that literally YouTubers will do is to put deliberate, like, mistakes, spelling mistakes in the title for a video or on a thumbnail, in order to make you stop and look at it and then click on it because you want to go into the comments, right? Like, you idiot, don't you know how to spell blah blah blah? And meanwhile, that's bringing more engagement, and that video goes higher up and shows up on more people's feeds. So whenever you see that on a YouTube video and you think, this, how could they possibly have made that? They didn't make a mistake. I would say 9 out of 10 times those are deliberate things. And so this kind of thing that Münter did is kind of like the analog visual art version of that very same thing I was just talking about. It's something, it's like a kind of like an earworm, like a jingle that gets in your mind and you can't stop thinking about it. Like, it's one of those things that I'll be looking, like, you know, I've always got like a stack of like a dozen books from the library, and I'll be, you know, trying to think about future episodes, and I'll be scanning them, and sometimes I'll look at that and I'm like, that's a weird drawing. No, I'm not gonna waste my time scanning that. And then I find myself because there's something awkward about it, I'm like, something about that just, I can't get it out of my head. And then I end up going back and scanning that work, and we've sometimes done those exact artworks here on the channel because it gets into my mind. I'm like, how could this master leave something in there like that? And that's because that's what they're deliberately trying to do, is to get into my head. Yeah, these are great. In terms of the way that you painted this, Kathy, I think it's beautiful. You know, this kind of uneven background, just, you know, it's different approaches. There's some people, like Andy Warhol would have preferred a very flat background without any nuance. Vincent van Gogh would have looked at a Warhol painting as like, what a wasted opportunity. Why not do something there? Put some texture or variation and, you know, bring some life into that area. And meanwhile, Warhol would have looked at a Van Gogh and been like, oh, this is so busy. It's just like, you know, it's like it feels like I'm in a house and there's clutter all over the place. I want to kind of clean it up and organize it and throw out half of the junk, right? So this is different approaches, different different attitudes, philosophies. I love it. Okay, I think we got one more Münter artwork here that people were inspired by from one of our episodes. And let's see, let's go through them all. Wow, so different. Everyone's got different versions here. Okay, where should we? Let's maybe start at the top here. Kathy's here. Wow, that's cool. I don't know what I can offer here. Looks good. I think in the original there might be a little bit more orange or something in the sky. I think one of the things that we talked about when we did this episode is Münter herself painted this island like black, and generally I always suggest putting the black right in the foreground. So I think when I did this painting, I might have tried to mute this a little bit, make it a bit more of a brown, and then bring actual black or really darken the foreground area. I'm assuming that this was like a hill or something, in order to kind of push that island a little bit further back and make the space a little bit more more logically consistent with some of the ideas I'm promoting through the lessons. But obviously Münter would have known everything. She knew everything that I'm talking about. She wouldn't have found anything I said surprising. So she deliberately painted that island black and then left the foreground much, much lighter. I think, again, she's working at a time where she's one of the leading luminaries of the avant-garde abstract art movement. Remember, her partner was Vasily Kandinsky, so she's really, you know, making a list of how an artwork is supposed to be made and trying to think about how she can subvert each one of those ideas here. Okay, so this Celine is maybe doing a little bit closer to what I did. I think I still lightened up that mountain a bit there. I can see it right here, but we'll just stay focused on your work. That's cool. I like that. I love the blending of the colors down here. Wow, Kathleen, that's interesting. So there's a lot more texture built up in this painting, especially in these areas in I don't know if that's the sky or mountains in the background and the water. I think a little bit different than Münter. I mean, I haven't seen this painting in person. My sense, though, is that the painting is actually quite, I guess you could say thin, almost like watercolor, like washes over the surface. So it is interesting that you've kind of taken a very different approach, built up a lot of texture on your surface here. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, as long as we're understanding how those different approaches result in different effects that could possibly change the way the viewer interprets the painting. So, for instance, one might, if we see an area that has a lot of texture, like these purpley blues, and then areas where it seems like there's far less texture, well, just think about what those two things might mean to people. One could make the assumption that where there's a lot of texture, that's an area that has some substance, some mass, volume, that is maybe like a mountain or some kind of landscape feature, a grass, a hill, trees, versus something that's painted very, very lightly, like very thin, washy, dry brush. We might start to we might interpret that as like the air or the sky or the clouds, which, there is things here where my hands are moving through, right? Air and dust particles and stuff. But it is certainly, it's not like this table, right? Can't quite put my hand through the table, right? So one thing, that texture might make us interpret it as a landscape element. I mean, I guess the sky's a landscape element, but like something that's more physical. So doing things like that, so then it might make us think, okay, well, if we've got a lot of texture here, that might be a mountain in the distance, and we've got texture here, so that's water. We even got some texture up here in the sky, or what I thought was the sky, so maybe that's actually another set of hills way in the back. So it might make us think maybe we're looking at kind of Frederick Varley's Sphinx painting we did, like a hill going, or a cliff going way up, and we can't even see the top of the cliff, and all of this other stuff here is like textures on the facade of that cliff, right? I'm just spitballing. And then here, where it seems like there's less texture, we might think, well, maybe that's under the water, perhaps. Maybe so that can lead the viewer to thinking like, wow, this is kind of weird. Like, what am I looking at? It's so strange. Or potentially start getting into like, I'm a little confused by what I'm seeing. What exactly is this? Like a cross section of the earth or something? And yet, there's a lot of artists who thrive in the ambiguity and the confusion. So Paula's, wow, that is a wild painting. So this is almost the opposite of what I was just saying. Everything feels very loose and brushy, and then I've got these more substantial areas in the center that are outlined, so it suggests to me that they're maybe a little bit more physical, like like a bacteria has a membrane around it, and so, or like a painting has a frame around it, that it feels like it could be a boat, like a steamboat. It reminds me of those ironclad boats from the American Civil War, kind of just, you know, smokestacks coming out, just gliding along the surface. Whereas everything else might feel more like water, a little bit. Oh, wow. Okay, so Senga's, this feels very, how would you say? Liquid, like, it feels almost like an oil spill. Maybe it's because it's photographed on like pavement or something that makes me think of that. But these, it kind of looks like these are washes, layers of poured paint or something. So it feels very amorphous. In fact, the only place where I feel like there's a lot of more structure is in the sky. Not a bad thing. Just I just find all these things really fascinating to think about. Okay, so here's another version. It's a little hard to see there. And this is different. This must be done with pen or something, right? Wow. Oh wow, look at all the comments. I did not realize so many people left new comments here. There's Pascal says, oh, he passed colon. Nice comments, Pascal. Oh, making wedding paintings, Pascal. That's cool. An abstract painting of grief. That sounds like a great challenge for yourself, to paint an abstract painting of grief. Love it. Okay, lots of great work here, everybody. Wonderful. I think let's move on to a different artist now. Let me just see, who should we do next? Maybe we'll look at some William Kurelek art here. We did a couple episodes focusing on this great Canadian artist. Wow, okay. Let's go back to Senga's here. Okay, so there's your initial, then you start painting it in. I have to stop, we'll finish it tomorrow. So it does look, maybe it's a little bit unfinished. I don't know if there's a finished version here. I really like how expressive your mark making is, these brush strokes. I feel like it kind of reminds me a little bit of Paula's work. And then I feel like both of you really like the spontaneous energy of creativity. And, you know, I think Pascal, who we were talking about, who's in the chat there, is also somebody who really likes kind of just getting messy and wild and being very expressive. So I feel like perhaps leaving the painting in a state not too far from this. I think maybe a little bit more line work around on the face could be nice, just to kind of, because there's a little bit more outlining in detail, let's say on the table and in the hands and clothing, and the faces feel a little bit unfinished. But as opposed to like trying to really refine it, like, you know, I probably spent like 8 hours on this painting, and there's a lot of detail that I put in there. But that doesn't mean that everybody needs to approach the painting that way, right? I like this one, Paulette. That's beautiful. Great job on the face and the body, sketching this all out by eye. Wonderful. I feel like this whole painting I struggled with a little bit because I found it hard to find where the boy's actual eye is. And that sounds kind of like, how hard is it to find an eye on a person? They're not even facing forward, they're facing the sides. There's really only one eye. But if you remember in that episode, it's like, I was like, where, in terms of what Kurelek did, I'm like, where is the eye? Is it like right there by the nose? Or is it kind of hidden here? Or did he just not do it for some kind of specific meaning? Like, is he trying to talk about the blindness of the student? Or, you know, like, so that one was a little bit tricky for me. I do feel like, I think when I made this painting, I deliberately, I made a creative decision to say, you know what, I can't really tell where the eye is, but I'm going to put one here. I'm going to make a creative choice, right or wrong, but I'm going to make a choice. So I think maybe putting an eye on that boy could be effective here. Okay, Stephanie. Wow. There's a difference between these. I think maybe just texture or reflections, perhaps. That's wild. These look great. I love how you really went in and added all this detail. Really made this painting your own. Changed the tablecloth and put in all of that patterning. Wow. Looks great. I love it. I love all the, especially this cross here is really cool. Like, that could be a really neat painting in and of itself. Or I could imagine that as like on like a denim jacket or something. And these are like rhinestones or something. Or using the bedazzler to do those things. Or remember it was like that gel markers or paint used to be big in the 80s and 90s. Can you even buy those things anymore? They're probably super toxic. You probably realize they're full of asbestos or something. That's the main ingredient. I think this turned out really cool. Yeah, I like how that turned out a lot. Very cool stuff. And there's Kathy's version of this painting. Very cool. Lots of glazing fluid on this one. Yes, this one is a little bit tricky for sure. Looks great. Trying to think. I do feel like, I think Kathy, we did this painting, you know, maybe 5 months ago. I feel like we have more paintings from you coming up that feel a little bit more polished than this one. So I think this might have been a painting on part of your learning process of using glazing fluid. Like, I think there's a lot of super successful areas, like on the table, the clothing, the little boy's clothing, fantastic. Her clothing. Maybe though this big yellow spot on the boy's face feels a little bit not as precise as I think you might want it to be. Another thing is, ears on human beings tend to be more red. Almost, I've heard, like, there's often artists will talk about how you basically can't make ears red enough, that you can make ears basically about as red as the lips, sometimes even more so, especially if obviously it was a cold day. It's because our ears are, the skin is really thin, right? So there's, the veins are right underneath the skin, and so they become red, right? There's like blood pumping right underneath there. So I think one thing with those ears being like this, it kind of makes this person feel like they're not alive, right? That they're like, why is there no blood in the ears? So I think a simple thing we could do is just glaze with a little bit of warm red on those ears, and you can take a little bit of that warm red, put it on the cheeks and the nose, give it a little bit of warmth back in here. We can even do a little bit of that here on the woman, the teacher. You know, maybe a little bit of rose on her cheeks, on her nose, and even a little bit on the hands too. Like often right along the line of the knuckles there tends to be a little bit warmer, right? You can, like, just on, like, just this. So just thinking about how we could do something. Oh, I just realized my charger for my watch there. Yeah, all in all, though, it's pretty good. Again, I'm just trying to think of how we can make this even better. Same thing, I think you'll remember when I did this painting, I did a kind of perspective, these lines that are diverging from kind of a vanishing point somewhere behind the table, I think maybe by an eye, and I had these lines kind of radiate outward to give it the sense that what we're looking at is a flat plane, the tabletop surface that is coming towards us. And so I also tried to make the spaces between these horizontal lines a little bit wider and wider each time as it got closer to the bottom, to again suggest that it's a receding plane, that the plane is, as it's close to here, and then as it goes backwards it gets further away. When I look at this, however, because these lines are all like the let's say these white stripes, they're all equally they're all the same size, it suggests that instead of being on a surface that is like this, or like my table here, that it's actually kind of a vertical surface, that it's, and which kind of confuses the space. Like it almost sort of looks like she's maybe got her arm, oops, let's do it like this. It's almost like she's got her arm hanging over, and maybe there's a book here. So it adds, there's a slight confusion, I feel like, of this space here. And I think you want, as a artist, you want to clarify that for people, make it as simple as possible, so that we don't even have to think about it, right? So, I mean, just a little bit of a suggestion here. Wow, look at all these comments. You guys are very prolific here in the comments. Wow, okay, there's so many comments here. I'm just scanning through, trying to see if there's anybody who's got a question for me. Christine says, I'm jealous of you Canadians and your weather. You're jealous of Canadians and our weather. Oh my. And Christina, you're in Tennessee. Why are you jealous of our weather? You're much closer to the equator. I mean, I know that sometimes it gets a little bit colder down there in, you know, Nashville and stuff. But I'm quite positive your weather is much more mild than pretty much everywhere in Canada this time of year. And you're certainly welcome to come up here and visit and take in a little bit of snow. But I think when you're on that airplane flying back down south, you're like, I'm glad we got a little taste of cold weather, but it's kind of nice to go back to somewhere a bit warmer. Wow, okay, look at all these comments. Okay, if someone's got a question for me, it's a good idea maybe to write it in capitals, all caps, so that I can see, because there's so many comments here. We got your pig paint, your pinky pig painting is coming up here, Barbara, soon. Let's. Thanks, Barbara. Says don't forget to like and subscribe, everyone. Ali says, do you guys have any book suggestions for newbies? That could be a good episode idea. You know what, rather than me just trying to brainstorm right now, book ideas, I'm just trying to think if I've got any right around here. A lot of them are in boxes. Yeah, maybe I'll put some energy towards, maybe we'll do a whole episode just focusing on that rather than and let you guys come up with some ideas in the chat there to help Ali out. Okay. Let's look at another painting we did based on William Kurelek's artwork. Okay. Wow, these are all so different and so beautiful. This is why I love doing these episodes, because it's so fascinating to me to see how each person takes a painting. They all kind of begin in the same place, and then they end up in different universes sometimes. Okay, maybe we'll start here with Richard's. Richard's got a bunch of paintings we'll look at here in a little bit as well. So the original version of this it's a huge painting. It's probably like 8 feet tall, and there's 6 panels. Is it 6? Yeah, 6 panels. Just trying to think if there's more. No, I think it's 6. I think this is 6 of 6 panels, and they're about 8 feet tall. And there's even at the very, very top there, you see the sky, and then on the far right, there's this pathway that leads to a little car that's parked on the other side of a fence, suggesting that this is this farmer or rancher who's gotten out of his car and meandered through this wheat field and is inspecting his yield here. So I like here that Richard kind of zoomed out on the painting a little bit, because the version that we did in class, I just zoomed in on the figure and really just made the figure the only real subject of the painting, as opposed to the figure being actually relatively small, surrounded by this giant wheat field. And I think Kurelek did that deliberately. He wanted us to see this like land of plenty, because this comes from a cycle of 6 artworks where we're talking about, you know, a family fleeing from Ukraine to Canada. I think the first images of like the family fleeing their house in the middle of the night with, you know, their bags, and they're running out of the house, and then here's the father or the son, grandson, I'm not sure, now standing and like, wow, look at this beautiful land of plenty that we're in here. You know, I've got my gold mine in my hand. Who would have thought, coming from such like a humble beginning, that I would have arrived here? So Richard's version tells us a little bit more of the story. It's a little bit more accurate to the original. Yeah, what to say there? Yeah, I think your caption. I wanted to show more of the wheat field around there. Looks good. I like the shadow. Great job on having the wheat kind of coming up above his jeans there. You know, it's interesting. Now I'm just looking at all of these paintings. One of the things that I remember when I even looked at this painting, felt it was kind of awkward, in that, let's do it this way, that, you know, if we look at my hand right now, it's very clear that my thumb is the closest thing to the camera, right? That my thumb is in front of everything else. And yet, in Kurelik's own painting, the way that he painted this, it almost has this weird effect of kind of making it look like this thumb is almost backwards, that it's kind of, you know, does that make any sense? So I think you guys have done a pretty good job of clarifying that, but I do feel like both Richard and Paula's here, it almost looks like that hand is backwards, and that thumb is touching his shirt as opposed to being the furthest thing from the shirt. And I think that's a little bit of the maybe slight awkwardness in Kurelik's own original artwork, but that's one reason why, just no matter what the original looks like, I find it very hard to just replicate it 100%. Sometimes if I see something like, yeah, I don't know, that artist is maybe able to get away with that, and they're using some kind of magic pixie dust to make it look right. But when I do mine, it looks funny. So I've got to, quote, fix it. Not that I'm saying that the artist did anything wrong originally, but to make mine work, I've got to put my own pixie dust in there, right? And I've got to, sometimes that means it changes a little bit. Paula's, I think yours looks great. Otherwise, I maybe would have put a bit more yellow in the field around him, because it does start to look like maybe he's in like a marsh, and this is maybe he's waist deep in some kind of like a puddle or something. Or this, maybe it's because it's purple, maybe it's almost like a lavender field, perhaps. Maybe he's looking at his wheat field and noticing there's a bunch of lavender growing in the middle of the field. It's like, well, I love the lavender. I mean, lavender's probably one of, maybe if not my favorite smell. But he might be like, it's nice, but, you know, I'm trying to grow wheat, and this lavender's kind of cramping my style, right? Steph, this is awesome. I love the way that you painted the wheat here. I don't know if you've used any kind of metallic paint or anything, but it almost feels like it's kind of golden. So that feels really successful. I really like how this guy turned out. That's beautiful. I even feel like just the glazing that you've done on the clothes is masterful. Like that hand going into the pocket, it really feels like it's going into that pocket, right? It feels like his hand is right in there, right? You can see it kind of the way that it kind of bulges out there, right? And how that's even kind of causing this wrinkle on his clothing. So that's really fantastic. And I like the little, almost a smirk on his face there. He's pretty pleased with himself. Right? And Kathy, this is great. I think this is a little bit closer to what I did. I was a little bit, I can't remember, maybe I think I might have had to go pick up my daughter from school or something, because I didn't spend very long on as much time on the background as I would have liked, which is why I really like the way that what you've done here, Steph. Yeah, I feel like I kind of almost want a little bit more orangey colors, kind of some of these colors that are in the hat, because right now it's so yellow that I think it needs to be the intensity of that yellow is a bit much. I think as I got close, I'm hoping that when I did this painting, as we get further towards the bottom, that it would have also warmed up a little bit more warm yellow as opposed to this lemon yellow, cool yellow in the top. Oh, Barbara, yeah, Art and Fear by David Bales, and Bales and Orland. Yeah, I recommended that. Oh, cool. These are some great tips. I'll have to look at some of these. I have not read The History of Art in One Sentence. Lasara says, I have just started your online course that you released during quarantine, and I was about to watch the third session and saw that you're live. I just want to say thank you for your amazing course. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, very cool. I'm glad that you're doing the drawing course and you're getting some use out of it. Okay, I should probably move on here. Otherwise, we're going to be here for another 8-hour episode. Let's look at... Oops, let's get this all in one here. Okay, there's Christina's painting. Beautiful. And then there's Eula, Kathleen, and Paula. Again, I love how they all have slightly different personalities. I think Paula's... Yours feels like this cat has been awoken. Like, this is kind of in the middle of the night. And maybe the cat's sleeping on your pillow, and you roll over and you look at it, and you're like, try to grab the pillow, and the cat looks at you like, you take this pillow, and we are done. Like, I am sleeping on this pillow, I am comfortable, and don't touch the pillow. That's kind of a little bit of the look I get, and you're like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna have an uncomfortable sleep tonight. I think anybody who lives with pets knows what that's like. Why did that go? So let's do this. Okay, so Paula, I like how this turned out. It's interesting how this area here almost looks like a big paintbrush, and that being the bristles of the paint. Good use and a little bit of shading to give some modeling to this pillow form and this blanket of, I'm assuming. Kathleen's there. That looks great. Again, all these little brush strokes here to kind of just give a little bit of shading. You know, that same sort of thing we see here on the cat itself. Really well done. This was a tough one. Dry brushing and glazing are the worst. It's definitely takes some time. It's interesting to me how, you know, there's some people who, like when I do my in-person classes, some people get glazing instantly, and boom, they're just, you know, I have to show them once, they've got it, and they're doing it, and the person sitting right next to them, because I often do like one-on-one demonstrations, will be painting for months later, and just can't seem to kind of get it and find it super frustrating, and it just drives them crazy, and they end up never using it again. They just can't stand it. So, you know, it's one of those things where you can either fight it and try to get it, or just, you know, be like, you know what, maybe this is just not for me, maybe. And I don't know, that's the mystery of creativity. You know, it's I often think of like art is synonymous with like food, and that there's, you know, you go to a restaurant with a friend and you order tapas or something, or you go to Chinese food and you get 5 different plates and you try a little bit of each one, and some of them you're like, oh my goodness, if nobody wants the rest of these dumplings, if it's okay if I eat the rest. And then there's other times you're the opposite. You're like, oh, you took one bite. Oh, I don't like that at all. Anybody want the other half of my dumpling? Oh, it's gross. And yet there could be twins and have those opposite reactions. Having said that, you said that, you know, your dry brushing and glazing are the worst, but I think you've done a reasonably good job here. I think it's, you know, I don't know. It's the weirdness of paint sometimes. This is great, Eula. So this feels like this is very close to what Franz Marc's original version looked like. The glazing here, this modeling of these forms of the cat, it feels like that's right out of the way that Franz Marc did this painting. So very successful. It's also an example how, like, you know, this modeling, it's not super smooth. Like, these gradients aren't perfect computer generated gradients. Like, they're a little bit choppy and blocky, and we can see the brush strokes there in Franz Marc's original and in yours. I think you've maybe even resisted the urge to fully render it and make it seamless, which I think is actually one of the things. Like, Franz Marc, obviously great painter, I think he did that a little bit deliberately, because if everything was super smooth and perfect, it's not going to look like a cat. It's going to look like it's made of plastic or something, like, or glass or ceramic. It's just too smooth, and as opposed to like a cat where, you know, there's going to be some lumps, and even if it's just came from the vet or from the groomer, and it's, you know, it's still going to be kind of a little bit uneven, some hairs kind of laying in different directions. So I think that's a little bit of what Franz Marc is capturing, is that's kind of the chaos of fur and hair. So this is exceptional. Great job. And Christina, wow, that's interesting. So there's a little bit less modeling on yours, especially on the cat itself. We see a lot of that on the pillow and things in the background, which does make the cat really pop off. The cat feels maybe a little bit less integrated into the area around it, which makes it almost becomes we would say like iconic, like a logo, like a the logo for a baseball team or hockey team or whatever it might have detail in it, but you don't want to have too much detail. One of the things they always talk about is for a good sports logo, you want a kid to be able to draw it on their notebook or their cast or something, right? And so with this here, with it mostly just being outlines, it feels very high contrast, kind of stark, and nothing wrong with it. But again, if we kind of think about how Franz Marc's original painting is done, it's kind of it's much more raw and chaotic and rough, versus yours is much cleaner and I would say maybe more pretty. I'm not saying one is better than the other, just trying to think about the different approaches might also suggest different kinds of interpretations to the viewer. Okay, I love all these Franz Marcs. We've done. Is that the third Franz Marc episode we did? Oh man, we got so many paintings to go through here. And okay, what should we do? Maybe. So we're not here for 8 hours again. Yeah, maybe we'll look at these Egon Schiele, and then we'll do another episode in a month, where we'll cover more, like, because we got Joan Mitchell, Rio Pell, Jack Goldstein, Elizabeth Peyton, Fernand Léger, Goya, Van Gogh's Skull, Bocklin, Picasso, Charles M. Schultz, and Our Lady of Guadalupe. So we got a lot of other things to cover, but I've also got hundreds of artworks and drawings you guys have also done. So let's go through these. Okay, where should we... Let's start here with Kathy's. I screwed up the beige background. Almost gave up. I think this turned out pretty good. You know what I like about yours is her face, maybe more so than mine. It really does feel like... let's see, is it this side? It does kind of feel like her cheek is resting on her knee there, right? It kind of feels like this bulge that's happening around her eye is because of her knee is right there. I love that. That's pretty tricky, especially since there's not really a lot of shading or glazing or anything to really amplify that. It's really just through the drawing, the outline of her face, and maybe that line, which is intended to be the line underneath her eyes, like the bag of her eye. It also sort of looks like the skin as it bunches up there. Anyway, I think it's one thing I would say is maybe these eyes appear to be sort of looking in slightly different directions. The eye that's, I guess, technically her right ear or right eye, the one on the top, I would say, that one's looking right at us. This one, however, is kind of looking at us, but it's also maybe, so it almost sort of seems to be looking a little bit above my head, like as if it's looking at my hair. So the top eye feels like it's looking right into my eyes. This other eye, though, is almost sort of looking right above my head. Lining eyes up, I find, is one of the things that I've always struggled with the most. And I think anybody who tells you that getting the eyes to line up exactly right is easy is from another dimension. It's tricky to do. One of the things that I have literally done on my own paintings, none of which we have here, but is I will so let's oops. So let's say we put one eye here. I would either take like a pencil and, you know, try drawing something in, and if it's not right, I erase it and move it. But I would also take, like, you know, draw a circle or take out some black paper, cut it out, and put like a little piece of tape or just sort of move it around on the surface there. Right? Like literally doing literally putting something like this and then moving it up, because I feel like this eye that you've got here is a little, oops, I'm getting it to stay in the same one place, is a little bit like that. In fact, let's bring this down here. It's a little bit kind of like that, and I think what we want it to be is a little bit closer here, right? I think there's the gap, that all that white space down here just makes me feel like we want to bring the eye in so that the bottom of these are kind of like line up a little bit. I mean, I understand that this is technically a little bit more like this. You've got that eye here, but we want to pull it down. Anyway, it's one of those things that is a little bit tricky to do, and I think whenever you see me, maybe I'll do this again, whenever you see me do this in an episode, one of the things you might notice that I'll do is I might put one eye, make it really bold, and be like, okay, that's where it is. And then the other eye, I might start by just putting a small dot. That way, I'm like, okay, are those looking like they're lining up? And if it is, then I'll start expanding it. But if I realize, you know what, it needs to be a little bit one way or the other, then I can kind of move it here, or I can move it there. I can kind of decide where I want to shift it around to. Anyway, this is another example of Kathleen. Same sort of thing with the eyes. Right, this one here, the bottom eye feels like it's looking right at me, or maybe even above my eyes, whereas this one seems to be sort of almost looking down, right there, kind of going in slightly, so it gives it a bit of a cross-eyed kind of look. I mean, everything else I think is fantastic, but just keep in mind that as human beings, our minds are trained to look for eyes in our natural environment, right? We're always looking to see if there's, you know, a lion hiding behind a bush, right, or a bear coming around a corner, so that we can survive. So that when we look at photographs or paintings, 99.99% of all human beings will look the first thing they're going to look at is for the eyes, and if they see a face, they're going to look at the eyes first, right? So that's why getting the eyes, quote, right is kind of important, because it's usually the first thing people, I don't necessarily always see, but it's the first thing that they'll kind of observe, that they're gonna, because again, there could be all sorts of other things, and they see it, and they're like, eyes, boom, gonna go right to those eyes. So getting them lined up correctly, I think, is really important, because one thing that can happen is if people look at the eyes and are like, or something weird, awkward, then they might just walk away and not look at anything else in the painting. And everything else in these paintings is just gorgeous, so super well done. So that's why it can be really important to nail those eyes. Paula, wow, that is wild. I love how you've taken Egon Schiele's the woman here and put her outside with some hay bales. That is very funny to me. I love it. I love it. Okay, we got Richard. So I think this is the first version and this is the second one. And what is different? I mean, obviously... Okay, now I'm confused as to which one comes first. Is this one, did you paint the hair out? It almost sort of looks like that's the... I can't tell which one was done. It kind of looks like this is the second version. So maybe... I mean, obviously, because the main thing I see here is the hair is sort of trimmed down, and then we see this gray happening in and around here. So, I don't know. I mean, I kind of like her big hair here. Whereas here it looks like it's been kind of... She's gone from sort of being wild to being a little bit more in control of herself a little bit. Or this feels like she's going to some sort of dance class, and this is after the dance class, after she's been jumping around and moving around and her hair's kind of gotten a little bit wild. So this kind of feels like almost before and after, although I think technically, I think this is the before and that's the after. I don't know. This is fun to kind of to play around with them. Do I think, is there anything else I can think about worth mentioning here? I think these are great. I mean, let's just sort of look at the eyes here, considering everything we've just been talking about. So notice how what Richard's done here is we've got this one eye, right? And we see space around this side of the eye. And then same sort of thing here. In fact, we even see more space around here, which is, I think, this is the right thing. Those eyes feel pretty well lined up. Great work. And wow, okay. Shiraj. Okay, wow. That's cool. Great job. I love the drawing. Right? I like how the eyes are even bigger. There's kind of like an anime manga quality to this. I like these big blue eyes. I almost feel like maybe I need to do an episode on how to line up eyes in a drawing. Barbara's so jealous of her hair. Yeah, I love this big, wild, fluffy hair in the original by Egon Schiele. She has a wildness. You know, it's like that perfect quote bed head that people spend hours in front of the mirror trying to get just right to make it look like you just rolled out of bed, but is actually very, very intentional. Right? It's hard to do that. Yeah, this looks great, Shiraj. I don't know what else can I offer. I mean, I think it's the same sort of thing with the eyes. I do feel like, again, this eye's look on the bottom is looking right at us. The eye on the top is looking up over my head. I think we want, especially with this eye, we need to be able to see the entire iris, meaning the blue area around the black pupil. And so I would have moved this like we're talking about a millimeter down, and I want to be able to see maybe the blue on around the circle of her pupil a little bit more clearly. I think it's so close. It's just, it's one of those things, again, because of how our minds have been trained over millions of years to be able to kind of track things, that it's something that is that's really important for artists to capture, right? I think these are all beautiful. They're all great. It's a tricky painting for sure. It's one of those things. I've had some students in my in-person classes look at it and they're just like, why is this painting so hard? It looks so easy. And it's like anytime you you try to make something, I think it's harder to replicate something that looks really easy than it is to often replicate something that looks really difficult. I've made the analogy many times. It's like if you're cooking, a dinner that's got like 3 ingredients in there, well, it's got to be cooked just right because there's the room for error is very minimal. Versus if it's like a big Thanksgiving dinner, well, you've got 10 different things, and if the gravy or if the turkey's a little bit overdone, or then you just put a little bit more gravy on it and hide it all together. No one notices, right? Okay. Let me just look at the. Yeah, I think let's move on here, because otherwise this will be a way too long episode again. And what did I say? Drawings next. Okay, so we're going to take a look at your drawings again here in just a moment. I just want to remind everybody to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know when these future episodes are taking place. And if you find any of this interesting or helpful, consider you scanning the QR code and making a small donation via PayPal. That's what you can scan this QR code on the screen or enter in that web address there on the top. It'll take you to the PayPal page here where you can donate to support the channel. You can also send an e-transfer or check in the mail. If you want my email address, it's on the Facebook group and on my website. All those links are down there below. Speaking of the Facebook group, if you want to participate in this, if you want me to talk about your drawings, then join the Facebook group. There, again, you can scan this different QR code or enter in one of those web addresses. It'll take you to the Facebook group where you can join and upload your work. That's what the Facebook group roughly looks like there, right? Okay, so we're going to start with these drawings at the very bottom. We're going to start at W, and we're going to work our way all the way up the alphabet to A. So, okay, let's... So Well-Being's Art here sent in a bunch of drawings. Says, I found a series of YouTube videos on the fundamentals of art and I loved them, so I joined this group and I'm sharing some of my work. So here's some of the work you did. I think this looks like it's done digitally. That looks great. Looks like you're already pretty successful. You have a pretty good understanding about drawing on a tablet to do this kind of drawing. That's pretty cool. That's beautiful as well. That's if this is your own artwork and this is where you're starting at on a tablet, that's further than the vast majority of people who've been drawing on a tablet for a long time. So when I was looking at this, I was like, is this your artwork or is this something you want to be able to do? I mean, I really like this drawing. Yeah. So you did the drawing course, so here's your drawings. I love how you filled up the margins of your sketchbook with all of these doodles. Right? This is on one of the episodes where I talk about warm-up drawing techniques here, and so I love how you just filled it right up. That is so nice. That's really cool. It really reminds me of I've mentioned her before, but maybe it's just worth talking about is... Oh, just comic book artist, sketchbook, Linda Berry. Let's just take a look at... I'm a huge Linda Berry fan. In fact, we got to do a Linda Berry episode. Because I'm such a fan of her work. But one of the things I really like about the... Let me see, is there any... So here's a photograph of one of her books that she makes, and you can see that she draws in every bit. This is not even the best example. Let's see, there's another... Okay, here's another version. This is a good book of hers, making comics. But you'll notice in the margins of her sketchbooks, she just fills it up with stuff. That there's very rarely an empty... Here's an even better example. There's almost never just blank white paper just sitting there unused. And so your work really reminds me of Linda Berry's approach. Maybe even more Linda Berry than Linda Berry herself. That's great. That's cool. I like how you've got this cylinder flying over the highway. That's cool. Excellent. Great, great. Wow. Look at those animals. Again, all of these radiating lines in between them. Oops, we're going opposite direction. Great. People who've done the drawing course look at this and they're like, I remember doing that. Oh, I remember this. That's great. Beautiful eagle. Cool. You know, all of this reminds me, you know, I'm sure I talked about in one of those drawing episodes, like the way that Vincent van Gogh really uses what we call the negative space very effectively. So we would call it, say, the dog or the eagle here, positive shapes, and then the area around them as negative space. And the vast majority of artists throughout human history focus all of their attention on the positive shapes, but ignore the negative space around those shapes completely. Vincent van Gogh is really one of the first artists to go in and pay special attention to the negative space and to fill it up with patterns or shading, so that it's not just something floating around in space, but it's anchored into the world. And I love that you've really gone in and added detail in these places. That's really great. Wow, this is right out of a Linda Berry. Some of the images I just showed. That's cool. Huh. Great. Excellent. And here's your digital drawing, this Wacom tablet. Huh. Okay. So great job. Well done. I'm super excited to see what you do here, especially considering what I understood from the Facebook group is that these are some of the artworks you did coming into the class. So you're already pretty knowledgeable about using your drawing tablet, the digital interface. So everything that you've done here just leads me to think, like, man, if that's where you're beginning, and after having done all of the classes, the sky's the limit now, right? Okay. Let's go to Shubham is our next artist here when we're looking at drawings. I was a little bit confused. I've done my best here to try to put them into the order I think that they're supposed to be. So Shubham has drawn a manga, which is like a Japanese comic book. And I've tried to put it in the order I think they go in based on the way you upload it to the Facebook group, but not clear. So one really easy way to fix that is by literally putting a number on the bottom of the pages so that it makes it really easy for anybody to see the order that your story is supposed to go in. I'm trying to think, what advice can I give here? I mean, when I was in junior high school and high school here in Canada, which I don't know what those are called in other countries. I think here in North America we have like elementary, middle school, junior high, high school. Some schools just have like a middle school and high school kind of thing. But essentially from the point about 10, 12 years old, I was drawing comic books with a close friend of mine, and I think it's a great way to learn to draw. It's a great way to learn storytelling, and even a great way to learn business, because we would photocopy these and we would sell them. We were on television a few times, and the newspaper, and got a lot of publicity. Used it to help me put together and get my portfolio and get into art school, and also stay out of trouble, because we would just hang out in each other's basements for literally, all summer or winter long, drawing these things. But it would be maybe nice to do a comic book course of some kind. I have to think about how that could look. Blooper, the original, says, how do I send you something? You've got to join our Facebook group. I think it's the first link in the video description below. And then upload your work to the Facebook group. We're going to do another one of these episodes in a month. And so anything you put up there over the next today or next month will be included in the next episode coming up. I guess one little thing that I think about, and this is if you were a student of mine at the university I teach at, the art school I teach at here in Vancouver, I would be saying, I would be encouraging you to think about making comics that go beyond, like, superhero fights and swords and people are killing each other and stuff. I'd be trying to think about, like, telling more nuanced stories. I mean, I understand that the vast majority of, like, pop culture, comic books, movies tend to be quite violent and stuff, but I also feel like it's so limited as a genre that I think it would be nice to see you maybe even telling more personal stories. So rather than stories of ninjas and sword fighters, telling more stories related to your own life, and which I think is what you ended up doing here, where you were telling a story about one of your math professor. And that makes me excited because that I feel like that has a lot more potential. A lot more potential for growth, a lot more potential for making something that is ironically or maybe surprisingly more relatable to other people. You know, often we think the way to a wide audience is by going really generic and being less personal. Right? Because I think, like, who cares what I have to say or my own thoughts or my own experience? But it's almost always the exact opposite. By telling stories that are based on your own life, they're so much richer, and when you connect with someone, that connection is like, it's forever. Because people are like, oh, I know what that's like. I've had a math teacher like this person. Wow, okay, now I'm really invested. Versus like, well, I've never been in a sword fight before, so, you know, there's a little bit of you know, fantasy exploration that can happen. Just in the same reason people go see a Marvel movie. But even those Marvel movies are maybe at the end of the day character based, or we would hope anyway. That's what makes the best ones good, and the worst ones are the ones that rely mostly on just mindless action. And you might watch it once, but you're just like, whatever. Whereas the ones that have something kind of interesting, character development and story, are the ones you might buy the DVD and watch over and over and over again. Does anybody still buy DVDs? Okay. So yeah, I would just encourage you to think about how could we make a more advanced story, more personal story, and one that relies less on like violence and things. Same sort of thing. Often, you know, I have a lot of students who, when they draw women, they draw these like Barbie doll figures with totally unrealistic body proportions. And I'll be like, you know what, like, I get it, especially if you're like 18, 19 years old, that's like what you see in all the comic books. But it's also you know, perpetuates certain kinds of ideas about body shapes and things, which I think are unhealthy, but also potentially limits the audience to just 20-year-old boys, right? Whereas if it's a little bit more expansive, then the audience, meaning money, people who might buy it, read it, engage with it, expands dramatically, right? So just something to think about. Just something to think about. Okay. So Shafak says, I like this one sculpture to me. I don't know why. It reminds me of Roma, Italy. I think this looks great. This is a great little drawing. That's cool. These are from our upside down sketch. I don't know why she's so angry. That's one of the fun things I find with drawing is one of the reasons I like drawing so much is I get to be the first viewer of my work. And I'm always surprised by what I myself create. And there's times where I do a drawing and I'm like, whoa, that's weird. That's kind of like, And sometimes I'm almost a little bit disturbed by it. I'm like, oh, why does she look so angry in my drawing? What have I done? And is there some weird coming out of me that is? So I think a healthy way to respond to those things is just laughing a little bit, like, whoa, that is so funny. That's so strange, interesting, weird. As opposed to kind of like, oh my goodness, what have I done? Oh, I'm a terrible person, I think. Why would I? It's just like, just laugh a little bit. I think it's great. Practicing 1-point perspective. This looks great. The one thing I would say is these diagonal lines on the side of the road, which I suspect are intended to be the sidewalk, in the way that they're drawn right now, make it look like it's almost, it looks sort of like the barriers that would be on the side of a highway or something to keep cars from driving off the road, right? They, rather than looking like flat like the road, they look like they're angled up, right? They look like they're at whatever angle these are, so almost 45-degree angles here, maybe like 30 degrees or something. So just as a little heads up, what we would want to do instead come on. There we go. So what we would want to do, we got our horizon line. And you've got the dots on the road. Is instead of these lines coming down, we want them to be parallel to the bottom and top of the page. So notice how the difference here is you could have somebody standing here on the sidewalk, right? We may even want to do another thing like this where we see the edge of the, where the road meets the sidewalk. Sidewalk is raised from the road, which is what I see you've done here. But when we have them going, when yours go up like this, it makes it feel like this is a ramp, right? That if we look at it from the side, it's like this. Versus on this side, it's kind of flat, right? Does that make sense? Are you able to understand what I'm saying here? right? That's sort of like what this block looks like, as opposed to, right? Just something to think about. But otherwise, I love the way that you've drawn the trees. That's beautiful. I love the mountains in the background and the clouds. The whole way it's colored, I think, is fantastic. I love this. I love the picture on the back wall says, "Keep going." Love it. That's great. I agree 100%. Okay. Singa did a drawing of a kid wearing an Oasis shirt. And I think you used AI to animate it on the Facebook group. That was pretty wild. Okay, Robin says, first mouse drawing. So this is just posted, you know, you just did this a couple, what, yesterday, right? So here's a drawing, a fresh, brand new drawing, Robin. Well, it makes me happy that you're starting off 2026 in such a positive way. Expressing yourself creatively, that's beautiful. One thing I would say is the little toes and these little front paws are a little bit hard to see. That maybe most people might not even notice that these are feet or hands right here at the bottom of the mouse. And that's, I think, the feet, because of the way that you've shaded in the fur of the mouse, is that it almost sort of looks like dozens and dozens of little arms, according to the way that you've drawn these arms. So we need to find a way to make a difference, a distinction between them. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the way you've drawn the fur or the way you've drawn these front paws, but they need to be different enough that they're distinct, and that the paws stand out against that fur. So an option would be to make the lines of the paws darker, bigger, wider, so that they stand out in contrast to the fur around it. Another way to do that would be to darken the fur of the mouse so that everything else is kind of gray, but the fur on you don't shade in the paws so that they're white and surrounded by a bunch of gray. That is also going to make them pop. Another thing that, and I think is kind of like what you're doing, is you've got this shape of the paw kind of coming out from the main part of the body and kind of in front of so that also helps us to see that this is not just part of this form, but it's in front of and coming away from the rest. So there's a bunch of little drawing techniques we can use to create some differentiation here. And so that's what I would suggest, is how to make it different, how to make it stand out. Like, look how dark the tail is here. Imagine if we did that to the paws and these little nails here. Then it's like, it's very hard to not see them. 1 point perspective. Okay, so I like there's a lot of great stuff going on here. The thing is that there's a few parts that are maybe not working the way that I think you want them to. So once again, if we imagine, here's our horizon line, we've got our road. All right, we've got okay, and then so you've got your building. You've got one building here. All right, let's put where have you got your door? You got your door right here. All right, and then we got the building. Okay, now this door, the top of the door is parallel to the horizon line, top of the page and bottom of the page. Right, so notice this line. It's not going up on an angle. Same thing, you got your window here. You've done a pretty good job here with this window. Okay, now the building in behind goes up, and then here's our vanishing point here, right? So all of these windows are horizontal, parallel to the top of the page, and then parallel to the side of the page, right? So they're all facing us straight on. However, all of the other windows and doors, everything else needs to follow, right? So these windows here, you see the difference here? The way that you've drawn it makes these windows look like they're facing towards us. So there's the perspective in this drawing is confusing. So it's a little bit illogical, right? Look at the top. So this top, this line here needs to go towards your vanishing point. So I see you drew that line there, but you decided to ignore it, and that's really important. You got to connect these in, right? So just once again, look at the version of my drawing compared to your drawing, and see if you can notice the differences between them. Right? Good job though on the power lines here on the sides, right? Okay. I made this mouse in about 45 seconds, or made this with a mouse on my computer in about 45 seconds at my job, and I'm oddly proud of it. I think it looks pretty good. Not too bad. This is great. Okay, so we've got a bunch here by Ravi with some pastels. These are great. Excellent. I like this. Can't remember the story here. I think it's on the Facebook you mentioned. It's a gift, I think. I love this one a lot. I really like this. Chatterved 112 says, "Hey man, started learning how to draw by watching your series. It's such a great guide to learn how to draw." Thank you, my friend. High five. I appreciate that. Join our Facebook group, participate in the next session, upload your work to the group, and we'll take a look next time. I really like this. This could be a really fun, I don't know if it would work as a pattern, but it does give me the sense of I'm like laying on a beach, looking up at the palm trees hanging up over my head, the canopy of trees and the sky in behind. That's beautiful. This is a really successful drawing. I like that a lot. This one here, this bottle. You can see whatever surface you're drawing has a lot of texture, which can be nice, but it also is going to make it almost impossible to add detail. So you may want to, if you're going to use these pastels, you may want to consider using, okay, almost like photocopy paper, a paper that's a little bit smoother, unless you really like this texture. I mean, some people really love highly textured surfaces. I tend to prefer a bit of a smoother surface to draw on, but to each their own. I like this drawing of these trees. It does feel like the space around it and then behind it is very, very ambiguous, like very generic. Might be nice to see something else to give some context. I mean, I'm assuming this is like a beach by the ocean or a river, probably the ocean, because we don't see the other shore, right? And then the shore, the kind of horizon is sloping, or it's down this way, right? So notice that, you know, it doesn't, not that the horizon has to be straight, but it does suggest that if that's the ocean and it's going down here, then it looks like all that, it's like the earth has been tipped, and all that water is going to drain off the edge of the world, right? Because we all know the world is flat. Okay. This one I like. It also feels though that this well, I was gonna say this is like grass, but maybe this is a beach here on the bottom and that's the ocean. And so this whole area just feels kind of generic, like there's nothing really different so much about the water and the very back of the horizon versus the water close to the, literally on, coming over onto the sand on the shore. So this is a compositional question. It's also like a mark making question. Is like, how do we, what can we do here to make this artwork maybe a little bit more complex, a little bit more interesting? So if you've got an image like this, you know, you got your horizon line pretty close to the center, and you've got this hill here, we got cloud here, out here we got a couple, I don't know, trees maybe back there, and then we've got maybe what appears to be the water or the shore here, right? And so this is all water. So we've got essentially a lot of empty space. What I would like to see, you know, feels like there's something needs to go into this area here. Now that could be literally like a person swimming, or a boat, or it could be a particular kind of waves rolling into the water, right? It doesn't have to be, it could be a different color. Other things to think about is, you've got a little bit of this, is these kind of like stripes happening. Those things can really help create different spaces, because if you look at the water, it's not all just one flat blob of blue or kind of emerald green or something. So I feel like we need something here, like these maybe waves coming in to crash on shoreline. Maybe we've got a little crab here, right, or a little sand castle built, you know, something to bring our eye down to this corner. So right now we got some stuff up here, but this whole bottom is kind of left empty. So we need to kind of put something there, I think. I'm gonna move forward here. Okay, we got Inktober. So Pratham's Inktober. So if you haven't heard, Inktober happens every October, and it's, the idea is doing a drawing every day for the course of throughout the month of October and posting those images online. A lot of my students, my illustration students at Emily Carr University, where I teach at, take this very seriously, and sometimes they'll to the detriment of their own coursework, they'll do focus more on Inktober than anything else. But it's anything like that, whatever it can take to help get you more active, doing more drawing, more creative, get you into a routine of drawing more frequently. Like, ideally, drawing every day is a great habit to get into. I mean, I draw, I wouldn't say every day. There's definitely some days. Sometimes I'll go like a month without drawing, and then I'll do 10 drawings in one day. So, you know, I think that's something, as you get a little bit older and you got a family, it's sometimes a little bit harder to fit everything in, but I think anything that can get you into a routine is positive. And sometimes the drawings you make are going to be masterpieces, and then sometimes you're going to go a whole week and not create anything you're particularly happy about. I mean, I think there's definitely some stronger artworks in here. That's great. I mean, I like that. I think that's particularly cool. That's great. That's beautiful. I like this. I like those clouds. That's definitely, I don't know if that's something I'm inspired by. I tend to sometimes draw clouds like that. Beautiful. Oh, so I guess I don't know if these are titles that you came up with, or maybe they're prompts. I know there are certain websites out there that are like, okay, today do a drawing with the theme of heavy. Or do a drawing the theme of blunder, or something like that. And this looks like kind of a rotoscoped or tracing of a photograph that you've drawn over top of digitally. Looks great. Really nice job on the hands. I mean, I think this is obviously a traced image, but even just that, I think one of the things people realize when they try to trace an image is, oh, I thought this was going to make all my problems go away. And sometimes you realize when you try to trace something that sometimes it can be more difficult than trying to draw it from scratch. I actually make my students, I regularly teach an animation class at art school, and I make the students do a project that requires tracing. There's an animation process called rotoscoping. Rotoscoping is essentially like you shoot film or video, and then you trace over top of each frame of the video, and then move the video away, and then all you've got is the outlines, the tracings of it. Lots of artists use rotoscoping. Like Ralph Bakshi might be maybe one of the most famous. Lord of the Rings. He did a version of Lord of the Rings in the 70s that really inspired the newer versions. Cool World, that's an early Brad Pitt film if you want. American Pop, I would say, might be his best. Right, I'm sure Ralph Bakshi fans probably argue with me to the end of time. Yeah, I would say American Pop, which is highly recommended. I'm sure you can find American Pop online here, or at least certainly lots of clips of it. Alright, so this is all based on footage. I'm trying to find a clip where you can see. Anyway, yeah, I don't know how I got down that path. Let's keep moving forward here. Barbara says, Inktober issues the daily prompts in a list at the start of October. I'd never heard of it, but enjoyed doing some, not all of them. Yeah, I mean, some people follow those prompts every day and they find it really helpful and they like participating in the kind of the crowd aspect of it, that you feel like you're engaging with a really wide group of people all over the world doing it. And there's some people who just do their own thing but just use it as an excuse, like, to make whatever they're working on. Some people make paintings during Inktober, and I'm sure some people are like, you're not allowed to make paintings on Inktober. It's like, well, okay, I guess you better arrest me. I broke the art laws. Right? Again, people who get upset about stuff like, really? Is this what we're worried about? I think there's a lot of other things to worry about than what people do on their Inktober. But yeah, I agree, Barbara. It can be, some of them can be really fun. Some of them are, it's all just about trying to get people to be more creative and to get into a routine or habit. Oh, cool. Okay. So Pearflower, this is the character they did based on the episode I did where we designed our own characters. This is in the drawing course. And I talked about how to design a character and, you know, take a monkey and maybe come up with, you know, particular, you start abstracting. This monkey's got, 2 sets of arms or 6 limbs. It's a, what would you call a sextuplet? So not an octo, but a sexto-limbed character. I don't know. Anyway, that's very fun. That's really cool. Great job, Pearflower. I would love to see more of your work on the Facebook group. This hopefully is not just the beginning. Barbara says, I did my own thing and I broke the art laws. I fought the art and the art won. I fought the art and the art won. Anybody who's a Clash fan. Okay, Paul Kelly. I think there's a lot of stuff here by you, Paul. So let's zoom through this and then we'll kind of maybe zoom into some specific works here worthy of going into greater detail on. Oh, okay, so, and they're all kind of mixed up, but I think not necessarily in the order you posted them. Let's see, what can I offer you, my friend, that could be useful? Well, I would say there's a great range of subject matter here. Which is nice. It's nice to see somebody exploring lots of different ideas, themes. Like we've got obviously lots of these buildings, these houses. We've got figures, and we've got celebrity portraits, some animals as well. And I think you mentioned, yeah, Frank Frazetta here. Frank Frazetta is known for drawing Conan the Barbarian comic book in the 70s. I think he also did stuff for Heavy Metal, the magazine comic book. I think. Did Frazetta? I think he did some heavy metal stuff. Or at least he's definitely associated with other artists who were in heavy metal, in that kind of fantasy style of drawing. What can I say? What I would say is, I think what I mean, there's a lot of great rendering here, especially when you slow down and give a little bit more attention to your drawings. I think we end up really, like, this is a beautiful drawing. I think what I would like to see is more contrast. So we've got the white of the paper. We've got a number of different grays, but we don't have any black. Like, I mean, think about what the darkest areas of this drawing are. There's a little bit, you know, on the belt buckle here, and maybe a little bit on the hair and the cuff of this wrist protector. But, you know, we can see that you can go pretty dark with this pencil, and if you need, I would get like an HB pencil, something and get really dark, because when everything is kind of the same level of gray, nothing really jumps out. It's like think of like a sandwich or any kind of food. It's nice to bite into a sandwich and there to be lots of different textures. There might be the softness of the bread, and then the kind of the wetness of the butter or the condiments, and then the crunchiness of the lettuce, and then the particular texture of the protein, the salami or the tofu or the hamburger or whatever it is. And then there's the pickle that crunches again, and then there's the bun on the other side. So as your teeth go through, they're going through these different layers, and each one of them has got a little bit different. And then as you chew on it, you're kind of blending it together, and there's some crunch, and right, and then maybe you take another bite and it's a little bit different because you get maybe more burger, less bun, and it's kind of enjoyable. You're kind of going around, and each bite is a little bit different. If, however, imagine biting into a sandwich and everything has the exact same texture. You know, it's almost like as if you just took that hamburger, put it into a blender, and turned it into a smoothie, and then it's all the same. Right? It kind of is. I mean, some people, like, again, think of it like an ice cream. Some people just love ice cream when it's just plain vanilla or plain chocolate. Every bite tastes the same, but that's why, you know, ice cream stores, they'll put like walnuts in there or chunks of chocolate, you know, so that there's a lot of more variety. So I want to see more variety in the marks. Like this is a much better example. Like, look how we've got nice contrast here, getting really dark, and then there's some basically white on this tiger's or saber-toothed tiger's head. I would even suggest doing something to the negative space. We talked about this earlier, is shading that in a little bit. Make that a kind of a really light gray so that this saber-toothed tiger's head stands out against that background rather than just sort of blends into it. So this is pretty good. We've got a little bit more contrast going on. So some of these are really effective with contrast. I like the reflection in the water. That's quite nice. Again, though, if this was reflection, we'd probably see some darker areas in the water, right? As opposed to being relatively the same level of gray. So here's a good example of you using good contrast. We got obviously the white of the paper. We got the windows being really nice and dark. And then we've got some areas of shading that are kind of a little bit in between. So that's successful. That's great. That's pretty good. I almost say this is the opposite. We've got kind of a lot of gray. We got some black, but actually very little white in here. I think we want to have maybe a little bit more white as a contrast, so it's not just all gray and black. That's pretty good. I think we could even push some of the black contrast even more on here, get more of that reflective quality. That's great. I think if you really focus on contrast, it's going to make things pop. Like, I mean, there's a lot of beautiful things going on in here, but they just sort of get, when there's a lot of, like, so for instance, what I'll do when I'm drawing is I'll squint my eyes. And I think if a drawing looks great while you're squinting your eyes and it kind of gets blurry, that's a great sign. It might sound kind of like, what? That's ridiculous. Why should it, why, if it's blurry, look good? Why would that be a sign? But it's like, when I squint my eyes, I'm blurring the details and I'm just seeing the composition, how the elements are arranged. And if they're arranged in a pleasing way and there's kind of a nice balance or contrast between light and dark, then when my eyes are fully open, then I'm not maybe as aware of the composition I'm looking at, then I'm more attracted to looking at the details. But we need more, I think you need to work on composition. Composition and contrast, I think, should be the key words for you, Paul. This is great. I like this Ronaldo. I like how you use your eraser to do some cross-hatching. That's pretty cool. You don't often see that. That's cool. So once again, here we talked earlier about eyes and getting those, because this eye is kind of looking off to the left. This one's looking up to the right. So getting those eyes to line up, really, really important. That's pretty good. Looking at like the bottom of these eyelids, look at this one versus this one, kind of goes down and up. Now every person, almost nobody has a perfectly symmetrical face, and like with my own eyes, one eye is always open a little bit more than the other, right? One eyelid might sag down a little bit more, and most of us have eyes that are not actually on the same level. Most of us have one eye that's higher or lower, so that's not unusual. But I wonder, and I'm assuming this is Johnny Depp. I'm pretty sure that bottom eyelid doesn't quite dip down like that. I could be wrong. That's great. Okay, so here's a good example of how that contrast works well, right? So if anybody looking at this right now, if you just squint your eyes and look at this on your computer screen so that your eyes are kind of blurring the picture, if you do it a lot, you'll notice that all of the detail really goes away. We're just seeing big contrast between light and dark. And so now notice how, when I do that, how much that mouth pops from everything else, because surrounding it is a lot of white, right? So we've got this dark shape and all those teeth start to become very visible. Notice how the eyes kind of pop because they're kind of dark, surrounded by white, right? One thing I do notice is maybe the nose, especially the bottom of the nose, it just kind of disappears. It gets kind of flat. And that's because there's not enough contrast there. I would expect that underneath the nose it would be a little bit darker. Those nostrils could get darker. And so because there's not very much contrast there, the nose just sort of disappears. Overall, I think this is very successful, but just kind of, I just wanted you to be able to start to see these things. I like this. This is kind of fun drawing. I love these caricatures. That's great. Again, push those contrasts. That's great, right? So high contrast here. So something like this. This is we could get, I'm sure, if we lined 10 artists up and asked them this question. I personally find this type of shading, it looks very hurried, right? Like it's like an exam that you're being asked to draw a picture, and the teacher's like, there is 30 seconds left in the test, and you're just like, I'm gonna shade this in, right? Like literally this shading. All right, we've got this. In order to draw this, like, right, you're almost having to go about as fast as I just did. Like, you're trying to do that in 5 seconds or less. And it has a kind of a sloppy quality. As opposed to, imagine I took a little bit longer and did something like that. Or instead of just even doing that, I kind of look for maybe a bit of nuance. And kind of shade it like that. Now I can start to maybe even feel the fabric kind of moving and twisting. Right? So adding a little bit of, I think having a bit more patience while you're doing something like this can look nice. I mean, I guess this is a portrait of Vladimir Putin. So, you know, maybe different types of mark making could affect the way that we interpret this drawing. So, you know, a very, very hastily done drawing, the shading done really, really fast, could make us think that this is a man of action, that this person is moving quickly and can only be drawn, rendered quickly, that this person is a dynamic person. You know, like maybe it was like an inventor, Thomas Edison or Alexander Graham Bell, right? Or Steve Jobs or Elon Musk, maybe, right? Somebody who is known for being an innovator. Those kinds of things, those kind of quickly drawn lines might lend themselves really well to those types of interpretation. On the other hand, maybe the ways that I was talking about, if we draw very slowly, might make us think of a different thing. We might think of, well, this is a very deliberate, calculating, like chess player who is very I don't know, like just more calculating about decision making. So I don't know how you feel about Vladimir Putin. I'm not a big fan of his personally, but I think it's just always worth thinking about. I think this is maybe a little bit more advanced conversations about drawing, but when you're making an artwork, what technique would be best to illustrate that person or that landscape that conveys the personality or the environment, the atmosphere of that situation, right? So, like, let's say we're making a drawing of a beach, a sunset, and you want somebody just relaxing on the beach. You might want to do a drawing that is very careful and relaxed and slow and patient, so that when people look at it, they feel like, oh, I feel like I'm on that beach. Oh man, this drawing is so relaxing. Versus if you wanted to do a drawing where it feels like this is all about energy and excitement and movement, and it's about like hockey players on the ice or a baseball player hitting the ball in the World Series, right? We might want this type of mark making where it's wild and energetic. Like think of Ralph Steadman. Ralph Steadman being the artist who illustrated Hunter S. Thompson's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. All right, look at his type of artwork, right? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is this like these two friends go on this wild adventure to Las Vegas, and they're consuming lots of substances, drunk, and they have this mad, blurry adventure, and they see all sorts of crazy things. Ralph Steadman's artwork really beautifully conveyed that experience of just things are out of control and wild, and the paint, like he's drawing, and splatters everywhere. It just gives a sense of wild, untamed energy. And so I see that in your drawing here of Putin, and I'm just speaking out loud. Like, do you think this is the best type of style for that type of a person? Just worth thinking about. I love this. I like the drawing. I'm really mostly, though, very pleased with the shading on this leather jacket. That is very effective. Barbara says, the Putin drawing reminds me of those 5-minute drawings we did on the drawing course. That's true. That's true. Very sure. Christina says that is a great likeness of Putin. I agree 100%. Christina says watercolor purists are the worst art cops ever. Straight to prison. That's true. Watercolorists do get... That's funny. I never thought about that, but it is true. Watercolors tend to be... there's a purity test when it comes to watercolors. That's funny. I'd really have to think about why that tends to be more than anything. I feel like oil painters have quite a lot of that too. Oil painters can be very particular about techniques. Acrylic painters, not so much. Again, this is just based on my own subjective experience, however. I like all these buildings. They're very fun and playful. These what do you call water wheels? Is that what it is? Water wheel? Is that? I feel like that doesn't sound right. Water wheels. Another mill. Water mill? Mill wheel? Something. I don't know. Paddle wheel? I'm sure if I looked it up, I'd find it. Great. That's pretty good, too. I like this Wonder Woman. Yeah, great. Lots of great stuff here, Paul. I have to move on, but great work. Okay, let's go to Nat. Okay, I should probably speed up here. I Like there's that drawing, and here's a good example. You said inspired by Van Gogh. Oh, that was Nat. I think we've got a bunch of your paintings coming up, Nat. So if you're wondering why we're not looking at more of them, we're talking about the drawings, and we'll do the paintings afterwards. These are great. These are from our drawing class. Those look great. Great use of that contrast, getting some really dark lines in there. Very, very effective. Barbara says, yes, watermill is correct. Lots of them in the UK. Thanks. I appreciate you helping me out, Barbara. Morale says, so this is your drawing of the dog, and then you put the shading, or not shading, but this kind of cross-hatching in the background. I think you said you were inspired by Van Gogh. I agree. That's fantastic. Right? I mean, this is an example where, you know, quickly putting in some of these lines there can be really effective. Right? And it's okay if it's a little bit messy. That's great. Okay, Kennedy. These are cool. Great. I love these figures. Did we... I think... Did we do this? I don't know if we did quite these drawings like that, but these turned out great. I like them a lot. First time poster here. Working my way through the beginner's drawing course. I want to share my seal drawing. I think that's nice. There's something with this seal's head that I think what I would say is okay, so we got the snout here. And these whiskers. I feel like I want a little bit more. I could be wrong here, but just feeling like I want this to. I don't know. Differentiate. Something kind of flat about that. I'm not. I'd have to think about. I think we want maybe some shadow under here to. I don't know. I'm just, maybe I'm totally wrong. Something just about that head feels a little bit flat, but I think otherwise. It was great. I mean, this rendering on the apple, though, that is awesome. That's great. I love this reflection. I love the shading. And I really like how the shadow is not just black, but blue, using some of the contrasting color here. Right? We've got, you know, blue and red are not quite opposite from one another on the color wheel. Red and green are true opposites, but blue is pretty good. Using some color in your shadow, I think, is always more interesting, dynamic than just plain black. Because there's very little pure black in our visible spectrum. I think that's often something people miss. Because often people are learned to draw with black and white, and then when they think about adding color, they just add color to, let's say, the apple, but forget that there's color in the shadow. So that's very cool. Okay, Canisola, or Peninsula, good luck, I think is. Did a lot of work, lots of posts here. Let's, oh, I love how you're tracking your progress. Great. So, what's driving down the road behind me here? That's sound like a bus full of ghouls. Okay, that's okay. So I think this photograph is taken from an extreme angle. That's why the top feels so much smaller than the bottom. I like how you are working on proportions. The one thing to think about is, you know, so we talked about, I use this as to do a 8 head tall figure. Women don't tend to be 8 heads tall unless they're like a WNBA player. Even, there's probably a few 8. Most of the time women are a little bit smaller, maybe 6 heads, 5.5 heads. And if you haven't done the drawing course to me, or if you haven't done the drawing course and you're like, what on earth are we talking about? 8 heads tall. You can almost think of it as in terms of feet, right? A foot is almost the same size as a head. So just think there's very few 8 feet tall women, right? There's some 8 foot tall men, I think, right? Maybe LeBron James or something. So 8 heads is a very unusual. So anyway, what that means is, especially when we're drawing a female figure, that head is going to be is too small for the body. So even though I know this photograph is taken from an angle, what it's doing though is using this set of proportions to draw a figure. A female figure means the whole body is going to be much bigger, out of proportion to the head. So I think we want that head to be a bit bigger proportionally to the body. I mean, just look here. We can even count this out. Here we got 1, let's say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I would say she's probably a 6 head tall figure. And then I know her feet go down here, but I think she's wearing high-heeled shoes of some kind. So maybe we could say 6.5 head tall figure. But just look how big her head is compared to, let's say, her forearm here. Her head is almost the size from elbow to wrist, maybe a little bit smaller. But if we look at this drawing, I mean, think about how this is almost 2 heads tall. So her head is almost half the size of this forearm here. Same thing again. Let's look at her head compared to, let's go from ankle to knee. We go, that's maybe 1.5 heads tall, technically. And let's look at your drawing here. If we go from ankle to knee, it's almost 2 heads tall. So it's almost twice the length of the legs than she should be. So, in other words, like her legs should be shorter, and also her head should be almost double the size. So we kind of want to almost invert those proportions. I like that a lot. That's cool. I like this. I like the customization, the stylization of the face. I like that a lot. That's cool. That turned out great. Cool. I like how you're using the blocking approach here. Good. That's cool. Yeah, that's pretty good. Getting there. I mean, some people really like the block-in technique, and if it works well for you, keep on going. I'm not a big stickler on proportions. I think it's good to kind of have a bit of an introduction and learn. I think it's also kind of fun to be a little bit wild and ignore it a little bit sometimes. It's only when it seems to be like egregiously out of proportion that can be kind of weird. And even then, I would lean into, if we're going to be on the line of maybe out of proportion, is then just to make it wildly out of proportion. Like, for instance, like one of my favorite artists, I don't think we've done an El Greco episode either. Let's see. So if we're thinking, so El Greco was a late Renaissance painter and quite famous for his elongated limbs. I mean, like, look at these figures, like how small their heads are compared to the rest of the body. So this is like a 9 head tall figure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 head tall figure. So here's an 8 head tall figure, female figure. Same sort of thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 head tall male figure. And I would even say maybe the heads are a little bit smaller than that. So, but he's very, very famous. I mean, at the time he was making these works, there was definitely some people who were like, who on earth is this? Like, how terrible, like, kind of, but he prefigures like Modigliani by like 500 years, 400 years. I like this. Great. Not sure what's going on with this foot. It almost looks like a hand wrapping around. So if this is the bottom of the foot, if that's the heel, those toes would not kind of bend quite so far back like that. Right? Even, I mean, I know people can kind of hook their feet there, but I think it would look a little bit different. That's cool. I like this. Very interesting shading too. So it's almost like a scribble kind of shading, which we talked about before too. Interesting. Okay, let's got more drawings to look at. Let's do that again. With time. Okay. I'm just make sure I'm not supposed to be somewhere in 10 minutes. Okay, good. Okay. So, Kali has done some paintings. So this is like the only drawing that Kali sent in. I think that is pretty cool. Great use of contrast, like we talked about. Some really nice dark values in here, and that works really well for these eyes. Right, we got bright highlight, and that it feels like a bright highlight because the areas around it are so dark. A little attention to detail, all those little dots on the nose. Right, very effective. I mean, I would even suggest potentially a little bit of a light gray or a pattern around the dog, so that again is going to make, let's say, the white fur on the forehead kind of pop a little bit more. I know I'm kind of a broken record with this stuff, but these are just tried and true techniques for drawing. So Justin, interesting way of presenting all your art with this sort of grid pattern. Interesting. I've never seen that before. I mean, it does look like there's lots of cool stuff going on here. And I really like this. Wow, those beads are great. Ooh, that's a pretty complex pattern. Very impressive. You know, some people love drawing patterns. Some people get totally overwhelmed and confused by them. So it's pretty incredible that you're diving directly into that. I mean, that definitely seems like a major strength of yours. We can see here. I found this with some older work. Raw emotional portrait says enough. There's something kind of wild about this drawing. It's a little bit kind of haunting with these eyes being kind of white like that. Because usually our pupils are black, right? I mean, sometimes there's going to be a highlight on there, but these feel less like highlights as opposed to like white pupils, which, you know, is very unusual. Juliana. Look at all these drawings. Great. Very cool. Excellent. Beautiful, beautiful. There's my little girl. It always blows my mind when I see pictures like this, because that's how old she was when I started these episodes, and now she's 6.5 years old. Grown up so fast. Cool, great shading. Lots of great cross-hatching in here. This is Miliona? Cool. One thing I would say about all of these is just kind of thinking about when we're doing this cross-hatching, thinking about using it as a way to emphasize the form, right? So, for instance, in the hair, you've got all of these lines, kind of just straight lines going diagonally. But it doesn't look like that's the direction of the hair itself, right? Like that. Let's just. So we got this hair. You've done things where you've kind of shaded it like this. My instinct, however, would be to follow the hair itself and to shade it so that you're not only shading it, but you're drawing in the hair. And we might have some areas that get a little bit darker. So we have some areas, maybe there was a bit of a highlight. I don't know. It's there's different art, like Leonardo da Vinci sometimes drew how you're drawing. So, I mean, he's not a bad artist at all. So he's managed to pull it off, but it can take a while to get to that point. Excellent. Oh, I like this little bonsai tree. But once again, if I just squint my eyes and I look at the image on the computer screen, obviously the ones that have more contrast, that have more black, jump out because they're darker, right? They stand out more. Whereas the ones that have a less black on them just sort of kind of, when I squint my eyes, they just look like white pieces of paper. Okay. So let's say same sort of thing here. Like, okay, so we've got this eye. Oops. So again, you've kind of shaded it with just this kind of grid. My suggestion, however, would be to think about, how does this form go? Like, I would be more inclined to put my shading like this, to curve around this nose, right, and to come in around this eye, right, to go around this, right, using shading to be a bit more descriptive of these spaces. All right, does that make sense? I don't know. It's a personal preference. That's something that who are artists that inspired that approach? I think that might be, I'm trying to think of like where did I learn this from? Maybe not the best example. Not the best example here that I could find just off the top of my head, but one of my favorite artists that I studied when I was a kid is Barry Windsor Smith. This maybe goes better to the example I gave about the hair shading, but notice how he's using these lines to kind of follow the form of the hair and shade simultaneously. A little bit too of the way he's doing that on the face. These lines kind of curve around the forehead and the cheek and the jaw, right? And as they come down on the chest, they swoop down. So they're kind of curving in and around to emphasize the shape of the body. That's beautiful. I like that a lot. That's nice. Great. Beautiful. Great. Nice job on the hair. So this is sort of what I was talking about. That's beautiful. Great job on the shading here on her clothing. I like that drawing a lot. There's a lot of great stuff going on there. Not so sure about the shading on the side of her face here and around her eyes. Notice how the way that it's shaded almost turns her eyelashes into part of the shading. Right? So I think, you know, these lines around the face, I would have them curving around her chin. Right? Same thing here on her body. It kind of becomes like, well, what am I actually looking at here? What are these lines describing? Right? Like being more descriptive with your shading. Like here, notice how these antlers, by having those lines just going straight across, they flatten that form. Right? As opposed to if those antlers, instead of just kind of coming down, right, that instead of just going across, we kind of have right, we can, I'm just going quickly, but we can see how this can help to emphasize the form of those antlers, make them feel more three-dimensional. Well, have a great night, Barbara. Great to see you there in the chat and keeping me company for so long. I'll be here for till you wake up, potentially, so we'll see you in the morning. That's really nice. I like that a lot. That's beautiful. Those are great. I like these, what you did very much with the dude chillin' park. That's great. Really nice. Look how that contrast, I think it could go even darker, but look how when we've got this dark shape here, it pulls forward versus the lighter areas in the background just seem to kind of recede into the background. So it helps create a great sense of depth there. Excellent. Great. Wow. John. Wow. Okay, good. Looks pretty good. I'm not going to go too deep into this because I think I did this in the drawing class, but just thinking about drawing eyes, taking a good look at, especially when we're zoomed in this close on an eye, where do the eyelashes actually come from, right? If you really look into a mirror, the eyelashes don't just start right on the eyelid edge there, right? They're inset a little bit. Right, so eyelashes, first of all, the ones in the center, right, they're gonna, right, there's this little gap. Right, so we can imagine there's like a kind of an imaginary line that they are, as opposed to this line in the top of the eyelid. Also, the pupil and iris, you want there to be a little bit more circular, as opposed to kind of, yours are much more oval shaped. Nothing necessarily wrong with that, but if you're wanting to look a little bit more realistic, which looks like what you're going for in this drawing, I think we want to be a little bit rounder, more spherical. Great. Excellent. Jamie, beautiful. Again, I think we could have a little more contrast, a little bit more shading on this side of the toilet paper roll. Again, this is how you know this was a artwork that happened in the middle of the pandemic, because everybody remembers the run on toilet paper that happened. I think I'm still working through the toilet paper rolls that I am hoarded during COVID. Cool. I like how this pencil is sort of floating in air, like it's about to topple over. That's the fun thing you can do with drawing. This pencil, you could have just drawn a pencil that's laying on the table, but once you got your drawing, you're like, well, maybe it's, instead of just on the table, it's about to fall over. It's just been dropped. So I like that. And I like how it's much darker here where it's touching the table, the shadow, and then as we move further away, it just sort of fades out. All right? Nice. That's a pretty complex shape. That's well done, Jamie. Those look great. Pretty good. I like this rose, and I like the shadow on the table. Again, rather than just floating in space, we feel it grounded on that surface because of the shadows under it. That is wild. I wonder what... Oh, is this Robinson Crusoe? Interesting. That's nice. Great learning on shading here. That almost looks like a digital drawing. I think we could have a little more contrast here. And consider using the opposite color in the shading here. So imagine we put a little bit of green into the shadow here that's being cast by the red dish. That's going to look gorgeous. Same thing. Put a little bit of green into the shadow around the apple here, right? Put a little bit of green. I think there's actually a little bit of it even in that orange. That all really helps. I like that. That's a fun one. Great. I would say these back legs, though, are too long. If I recall, this back leg is definitely either it lines up neatly with this back front foot there, and I feel like this foot in the back here lines up with the chest. So it's almost like those two back legs are way too long, right? So what it does is it makes the front legs, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a dog having back legs that long, but it makes the front legs look literally less than half the length of the back legs, which I'm sure there's some dogs out there that have proportions like that, but probably not the healthiest breed, because it would seem to be like, it's almost like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, you know, has big back legs and then those floppy little arms in the front. Cool. Christine says, I have not drawn since I was at school 20 years ago. So I'm following his classes, and it's a huge deal for me. I think it's great. Great start. Right? If this is where you're starting after having a 20-year break, this is pretty good. Right? And it's, you know, are there some things that are a little bit strange? Like maybe the legs are a little bit, the paws, maybe the snout? Sure. But I could also say that there's something kind of fun about this, right? Like, in one hand, it kind of looks like an inflatable character, right? Like this, yeah, maybe we were going for more of a, quote, realistic drawing of a dog, and instead it kind of looks like a dog that we would see at the Macy's Thanksgiving parade, floating down the middle of Fifth Avenue in New York City. I could imagine maybe Christine, you find that maybe like, oh man, look. I think it's like, again, as I've been talking about over and over through these episodes, these feedback episodes, is that almost never does a drawing turn out the way we want when we start the drawing. And there's two ways you can go about it. One is to get really upset and depressed and angry that it didn't go the way you wanted and give up drawing altogether. Or to embrace it and sometimes realize, okay, this is not what I wanted to do, but this is what I've created. Is it that bad? Or is it kind of cool what I've created? And if you think of it that way, it makes the whole drawing process really exciting. Because you're like, I don't know what I'm going to get. Let's see what marvelous things appear on the page as we draw. And then it makes it really exciting. And it can be really innovative. Like, for instance, this could be the beginning of a groundbreaking new cartoon. I talk about often how Mickey Mouse doesn't look anything like a mouse. Not any mouse I've ever seen. And anyone who's ever had a mice problem knows that mice aren't really as cute as Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse are, right? And so we could say Walt Disney was a terrible artist, completely incompetent, or we could say, like, what a genius. He took this kind of bizarrely abstracted mouse and transformed it into one of the most successful brands in human history, one of the most iconic images ever created by a human being. I don't think that's very bad at all. That was great. Good job, Christine. Okay, Basant. Wow, that's beautiful. I like how that's done. Great shading. It's pretty hard to do this kind of almost dry brush shading with a pen. I don't know if that pen was running out of ink when you're using it or just being very careful to not press too hard so you don't have such distinct line work on there. That's great. This would look great as a T-shirt or something. Maybe it's based on an existing image or something. If it's something you've just created, wow! Like this could be I could see this on the cover of a of a new Foo Fighters record album or a T-shirt. You can imagine selling millions of these on mugs standing in front of the new Egyptian Museum in Cairo, the History Museum. Yeah, Christina says, Christina's dog reminds me of something from a children's book, like maybe Corduroy. I love it. It reminds me of... Millionaire... That was Tony Millionaire. Oh, it is by Tony Millionaire. Okay, I'll throw it. Why am I having a hard time finding this? So you see this here, this kind of character, right? It's based on a sock monkey. I mean, that's what it's originally called, but it has a particular kind of style and look that, yeah, it reminds me kind of what you're talking about, Christine. Let's continue with Basant here. I like this. I like the shading of the feather. Having said that, I would... Okay, I know this is super nitpicky, but we're here to learn. I really like the innovation you've created. So you got this bottle here, and you got this feather, and then you've got your shadow kind of coming off here. I would have been inclined to have done the shadow like this. I mean, again, just think of it as a mirror, right? If this is going up here, the mirrored version of it is to go in the opposite direction. I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm reading too much into it, but I do think that could have been a kind of fun little... Because the shadow probably wouldn't behave quite like that, but it could be kind of neat. These are all great. Okay, here's Barbara. Barbara who just went to bed. We're finally getting to her drawings. So many of them. Okay, so Barbara was doing the Inktober. I didn't realize Barbara was doing it just as recently as this past October. So what is this, a bridge, but they're building them from the other side, but they don't meet in the middle somehow. And this guy's looking at the instructions, realizing that they there's the two sides are barely connecting. That's pretty funny. That's great. Whoa, blast. Somebody wearing one of those what do you call it, the bomb diffusion or protective gear. That's cool. Is that all pencil, eh? That's great. Nice attention to detail, Barbara. I love it. Oh, after Ted Harrison. I'm not aware of this one. Now that's interesting how this hill is all white there. I guess it's supposed to be snow on the mountain. And then this kind of, I don't know, Aurora Borealis or something is curving around there like that. Interesting. I'm not aware of this. And then it's blue. Interesting. I'm not sure if this is actually based on a Ted Harrison image, or you've taken like a existing photograph and trying to draw it in a Harrison like style. Okay, so here's the official prompts for Inktober. Huh. I have some ideas for us coming down the pipeline that are kind of not too far off that as well, so. So for the Inktober button, reminded me of the pearly kings and queens of London, who were elected heads of all the street traders. It does remind me of seeing this kind of thing. I was a art student at the Royal College of Art in London, England, in the late so long ago that I can't even remember. Okay, it was like late 90s, early 2000s. And so I did go to some of those markets, like what's the famous one? Or at least it was famous. Everybody, when people came and visited me, they always wanted to go there. For all the cool fashion was back in the day. It's probably got a Hard Rock Cafe and an M&M store in the corner now. Not Piccadilly, but at the time it was kind of a rough area. I feel like it was North London. Anyway, I remember seeing some of these guys walking around. They police not necessarily police, but they just sort of monitor the traders and stuff, making sure there's not illegal trading going on and stuff. Kathy's signing off for the night. Thanks, Kathy, for keeping me company for the past almost 4 hours. You're a trooper. I appreciate it. Wow, okay, so now we're getting into Ari's artwork here. So Ari's got lots of paintings and drawings to look at. So let's go through these. Wow. I love how you're studying from the greats here. We got some Michelangelo. Wow. This bust of Caligula almost has like Vulcan like ears there. That's kind of funny. Wow, Ari. These are great drawings. Oh my goodness. Look at these. Okay, so this is great for people when I've been talking about contrast over and over today. Look at what Ari's done here. These are exceptional. Drawing hands is something a lot of people struggle with. So great practice. Jump into the deep end and just draw hands over and over and over. I've probably mentioned before that there was a time where I just got sketchbooks and I would just fill the entire sketchbook by just drawing my hands over and over. And at first it's just drawing my hand just flat. And you do 10 of those and you're like, oh, I'm starting to get that. And then maybe drawing a fist. Draw a few of those from a bunch of different angles. And then you start to challenge yourself by drawing fingers pointing at your face. And those are usually the most difficult ones to do, because drawing, it's called foreshortening, when we're drawing things that are kind of appearing to get larger as they get closer to us. Wow. That's beautiful. Love this drawing. Very cool. So this is an example. Okay, so just to show you that there are always exceptions, right? Remember I was just talking earlier about encouraging to shade where we go around the form with curving lines, right? Curving around, as opposed to just doing this kind of grid-like straight lines. Well, we can see here that Ari's kind of shaded this with this typical kind of diagonal lines. Leonardo da Vinci did this kind of exact thing, where he's got just pretty much diagonal lines, not a lot of curving on those forms. Now, probably because Leonardo was a painter, not a sculptor, right? If we look at the drawings of Michelangelo, it's got a little bit more curving lines in his sketches. Still, though, not too much. And yet, Ari's really pulling it off because there's a lot of nuance here. It gets lighter and darker. Those lines aren't all the same length. They're kind of shorter. And so, even though they're not really describing, like, in a sculptural way, they're still very nuanced. And that's really working very, very well here. Tatiana is signing off. It's midnight on my side of the planet. Wish you all creative time. I'll catch up tomorrow. Thanks, Tatiana. Thanks for keeping me company. Wow, look at that, Ari. Holy smokes. This looks right out of something you would see in, like, Rembrandt's sketchbook. Or who's another artist that would draw like that? A little Renoirish, especially kind of the roundness of that form. Maybe it's just Rembrandt. I mean, it does look like a lot of, I mean, maybe it's because of this material, this like Conte, but it does look like stuff you'd see 17th century, 18th century French artists like Fragonard and who else would have been? Yeah, those kind of romantic. Yeah, anyway. Let's move. Jericho, Delacroix. Yeah. Wow. Holy smokes, Ari. Look at this. I mean, I can't... if I've been a broken record today talking about contrast, and people are like, I don't know, maybe Michael. I'm really glad we're looking at this, because This is kind of evidence of everything I've just been talking about and how effective it is. Like, look at how this dark contrast behind her face here, filling in this negative space with just some black, all of a sudden really makes that face pop. If we were to remove all of that, this drawing would be okay. It would still be pretty nice. But it wouldn't have the depth that this one does. Like, I mean, it almost, like, especially when you sit back and look at it, it looks very photographic, right? And that's because those little details, those little smudges and things shading on her face, which are super subtle, are amplified. They're given so much more they help describe the volume, the mass, so effectively here. This is great. This you should put in a frame and hang on your wall. That is awesome. Okay. Now for something different here, we got Argiro, I think. My apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name, my friend. 16th century dog cat. Okay, never heard of a dog cat before, but that is kind of fun. Is that such a thing? Was there dog cats in the 16th century? I mean, not actual dog cats. I mean, I don't, as far as I know, that nothing. But was that a? I've never heard of people drawing a dog cat before. Maybe is it just you're drawing and you're like, I don't know, is it a dog or a cat? I mean, the spectacles that this animal is wearing definitely emphasize the asymmetry of the face. I feel like this is not that asymmetrical, the dog's face. I mean, it's a little bit asymmetrical, but the way that those glasses are drawn really make it asymmetrical. Oh, which is not bad. It's just it adds to the weirdness of this image, which may or may not be what you're going for. Oops, what are we doing here? Okay, that's great. Cool. Now, I think, okay, we've got how many? Okay, I got like 60 or so of your artwork. So maybe I don't want to spend too long on each one of these. So these are all from the early part of the drawing course. I like that. That's kind of wild. I like the way you've drawn this zebra's face. And yes, there's some weird distortions, awkwardness going on. Like maybe these hoofs probably are a little bit bigger than what you've drawn. But I think it kind of turned out cool. Like it, the very fact that it is a little bit weird, a little strange, a little bit out of proportion, is maybe what makes it very effective. Like if it was, quote, more normal, it'd be like, okay, cool, great, drawing of a zebra, whatever, sure, fine. This starts to then, though, become unusual enough, stylized to the point where it becomes its own thing, where I start to think that could look really cool as like a whole world of characters. You make a children's book and they're drawn in this type of a way. These kind of very tiny feet can be stylistically kind of a signature. Excellent. These are great. I remember using the viewfinders. Great. I mean, just making a drawing of a coiled up outlet, or not outlet, extension cord. What do they call it? Safety bar or electrical bar or whatever. You know, not typically the thing people would think of as subject matter for an artwork. But when we're learning to draw, this kind of thing is great, because there's tons of, you could spend hours drawing something like this and learn a lot from it. Great. And there's our toilet paper rolls again. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a little bit of... Those eyes are a little bit wide. But, you know, I'm sure we're still learning here. That's okay. I mean, to get all the rest of it, get the text up there, to get this close is a major achievement. Never forget that. Every drawing is an achievement. No matter what you might think at the moment, it's always, you're always, always, always moving forward every time you draw or you paint. Sometimes it feels like you're going 10 steps backwards, but as long as you're drawing, you're exercising your mind, it's like going to the gym, right? Sometimes people have great times at the gym, sometimes they feel like it wasn't, but you're doing yourself a favor every time you're drawing, even if they don't turn out the way you want. That's fun. Ooh, cool. I like you're drawing your bookshelf here. Great. Excellent. Wow. Beautiful. Great. Oh, these are funny. I love it. Good, good. That's it. So that's a Van Gogh. Great. Cutty Kolowitz, I think. Oh, this is Vincent. Okay, that's interesting. This is cool. I love you posted a comment a few months ago. I would never have imagined I'd be able to draw my favorite painting. With the help of this class, I was able to do it. We did this Grant Wood American Gothic painting. We did it as a painting, and so I talked all about the history and everything behind it. But to think that you're able to do this drawing from scratch with the skills that you're developing, and that you never thought you could do that, and here you're doing it, that's so empowering. It's got to feel so exciting to feel like, I never would have thought I could do this, and here I'm doing it. Wow. Pug's waving hello. Hi. Oh, cool. Great. I like this. So that's, I think, the original, and this is good. Great. Yes. Excellent. Okay, great. Great. Oh, those are so great. Wow. Oh, so this is a few different artists here. My apologies. So, Argiro, excellent work. Let's just maybe go back to one of my favorite artworks that you did. Which one am I most impressed by? That's pretty good. That's a great perspective drawing. I don't know if that's your home, but that's pretty nice. That's pretty good. I mean, I think there's maybe a few things we could work on here, but man, if you're doing this, most people would find this kind of thing to be... I have students in 4th year art school who can't do this kind of stuff. Yeah, I still might go back to this. I might still say this is maybe one of my favorite things you've done. Because it's kind of weird and strange. It's so unique. And while I love it when people learn how to reproduce a photograph, and it looks just like the photograph, and a lot of I would say majority of people, that's what they want to be able to do. But to often what people want after that is to be able to create something that feels like their own, that nobody else is doing. And that's what this starts to feel like. Like that's your own style starting to bubble through. Very cool. Okay. So here's an anonymous member. Okay, posted this. Well, good job, anonymous. Great. Amy says, here's some of my action drawings from class 12. Surprisingly fun to draw, even though I need lots of practice. Good. Imagine if you were just to practice this kind of thing over and over and over again. How much better you can get. The Ambitious Way says, I'm sorry I'm not as active as others. I do draw often, but due to my ADHD, I find it hard to post every day. That's okay. There's lots of people who are drawing every day that never, ever post to the group. It's whatever you feel comfortable. I will say I really like what's going on here. I really like these eyes. I don't know what character this is based on. I love those eyes. I like how big and wide they are. Those little tiny pupils. Okay, we got Alex coming up here. I think Alex is the last one. Then we're going to move on to paintings. Okay, where should we start here, Alex? Ah, man, it's very satisfying for me personally to see how much you've grown over the past, I don't know, how long have you been drawing with me? For a couple of years or a year or more? And just to see how you're getting better and better every drawing. You know, sometimes it feels like little tiny like caterpillar steps, but eventually it all snowballs and gets better and better, and the accuracy of these drawings is just improving. This looks great. So there's the original, and then there's ours. Again, what I would suggest whenever we're doing these kinds of things is squint your eyes when you're looking at the original and then looking at yours, and then that's going to help you see where it needs to get darker and lighter. Like, I think maybe it could be a little bit darker under this part of the lip there. It might also be worthwhile, Alex, is to draw some backgrounds in. I think a lot of your figures just have these empty blank backgrounds. I know I saw here you're working on some architecture. Think about just, you know, what if you just tried to draw this wood in behind this guy and put that in your drawing? It's not just an empty blank white space, but we've got some of that wood and the shading there. I think that would really improve things. This is great. So one thing it looks like happened, so this photograph is on an angle, and then you've tried to draw it and kind of straighten it out on the page, which is fine, but notice, for instance, this eyebrow here over what looks like his right eye to us. We see that, and then we look at the original. That eyebrow is almost running a roughly the same angle. So to me, what it looks like is you were working with the drawing or the photograph like this, and then trying to straighten it out as you drew it. I would suggest try to draw it exactly the way it looks here, but maybe have your piece of paper on its side so that then you can turn it and it looks straight. Makes sense? It just looks slightly, there's a distortion going on here with the nose. Like, again, look at the angle of this nostril and the tip of the nose. Like that, like trying to do what I think you're doing here is too difficult for even me to do. Like, I'm not smart enough to be able to pull that off. And not that my intelligence should be the judge of everybody else, but I feel like if I can't pull that off, it's unlikely that a student of mine is going to be able to pull that off. Interesting grid you've got going on here. I think that's pretty good. Now, one thing I would say is this looks like a relatively tall woman, And so you could see, look at the size of her head. So this is kind of the opposite. Remember I was talking about earlier on how generally women have, often people draw the head of women a little bit too small, and it makes the rest of their body look out of proportion. She looks like she's relatively tall, or just her body, she's kind of very thin, and so it makes, you know, her head look a little bit, I wouldn't say her head doesn't look small, but as opposed to this one, her head, everything feels like it's a little bit wider. All right, look at kind of the width of her calves here, her arms, that arm coming out, as opposed to the original here, where everything's kind of a little bit thinner, smaller, more narrow. Not a big deal, just something to kind of track. This is great. This is truly excellent. Wow, great job, Alex. This is getting close to maybe one of my favorite things you've ever done, because the level of difficulty that we are talking about here is extreme. First of all, you got two people in an artwork. That immediately raises the stakes, because it's one thing to do a drawing of one person, and to do that well, great. It's another thing to do two people in the same drawing, because it's like, well, what if you get one person who works out and one person that doesn't? It's like, well, maybe it feels like the whole drawing falls apart. So this is awesome. And the level of shading here, great. I do feel like it would be nice to see something in the background. You could use the same background. I think this could be a fun drawing with this really cool house in the background. Or you could put something else there. You could put an ocean and palm trees hanging over in the background. It just feels a little bit kind of blank, a little bit of an unused space in the background. But, like, I could even see, this could be like a really cool t-shirt. It could be a really cool, like I could see this being an album cover. Like if these two people were singers, or this is the singer and his partner or mother or sister or daughter or something, that could be a pretty cool album cover, right? I think it's pretty cool. Okay, so there's this. I think I've seen this drawing in progress a few times. I like how you gridded it out. Wow. The one thing is you can see these fingers here have turned into a bit of a blob, right? And that's because it is kind of tricky drawing these in. So I think we ideally would want to define that a bit more. Do I want to draw this? Let's see. Okay. So let's just imagine trying to sketch this out, right? One thing we might want to do is, so we've got this palm here. Ah, sorry, it's not on camera. So let's get this thumb in here. Right, so when we go back to shade this, right, what we can do is, in fact, maybe let's go back to the original here. Adding some of this shading on here. Right, obviously I could spend more time on it. It's just a quick little sketch, but trying to define those fingers, which aren't really defined here, would make a dramatic change here. You know, just going and outlining those fingers, I think would make a big difference. Okay, moving forward. I love this architecture. This is great. This is really exciting, Alex, to see this. So imagine if we were able to start taking these buildings and starting to put them behind the figures, or put the figures in front of these buildings, right? That's excellent. Oh my goodness, I can't believe you're drawing this kind of stuff now, Alex. Wow. Okay, what are you're gonna try doing this? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 figures in one drawing. That would even intimidate me. I'd be like, oh my goodness, the chances of success here are pretty low. Wow, holy smokes, that's great. Excellent. Wow. I mean, considering the amount of artwork or like details that are required here, I think everything is working pretty well. There's just little distortions in a few different places, like maybe this eye over here could be a little bit lower. Right, but otherwise, oh my goodness, that's a miracle that you did that. Wow. Okay. Wow. Are you kidding me, you guys? This is amazing. Okay. So we are going to now transition to look at the paintings that you guys have created over the past 4 months or so, since our previous feedback episode in August. I know it's a long time ago. Maybe just before we jump into that, I just want to encourage people watching to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you know when these episodes are going to take place again. I encourage you to consider making a donation. $2, $5, $5 million, whatever, anywhere in between there you feel comfortable. If you find any of this helpful, useful, entertaining, and if you've got the means, and there's a lot of people who don't have the ability to support the channel, and I'm really happy to be able to provide art education for free to people around the world who don't have access to it. But if you do have access to a little bit of financial resources, consider supporting the channel with a small donation to help keep the lights on and the computers. My cameras are on the Blitz here, and my live streaming, the whole setup is going to need to be probably changed this year, and it's going to be $3,000 or $4,000 at minimum. So any support you can do to provide to help make that happen would be great. This is what the PayPal link looks like if you scan that QR code, and that way you can securely donate to support the channel. And if you want to support with a donation via email or check or mail, send a package or whatever, my email is on my website and the Facebook group. And speaking of the Facebook group, if you want to participate in this in our next session in February, scan the QR code or enter those web addresses and go to Facebook, join our group, upload artwork you've been working on, whether it's something you did in class and one of the the episodes we've done here or something you're doing on your own, it'd be great to see your work on our Facebook group. Okay, so having said, oh, in fact, let's just bring that up. So I got 110 paintings to look at here. Just trying to think of it. I got the the voice to make it through. Maybe I should just get a little bit of water here real quick. Still got a bit of tea. Okay, so let's start from the reverse alphabetical order here for paintings. And we'll look at Wellbeing's art, who did a lot of drawings, but did a few paintings here as well. I think, are these markers? No, this looks like paint, right? Yeah, it's paint. Maybe like gouache, maybe? Is it, or is that all marker? It could be markers that have been... there's some of these markers that you can use an alcohol pen or water to dilute them. I'm not sure exactly how you made these, but they look great. That's beautiful. I know you also sent in some digitally drawn artworks. Or artworks that were done using digital tools, and these are pretty incredible. I don't know, what can I offer here? I think what I'm more impressed by is the coloring. I mean, the drawing is beautiful. Excuse me. Talking for 4.5 hours. My voice... my throat's a little dry. Okay. Yeah, the coloring, I think, is more impressive. This is a good example of how... I mean, I think these drawings would look great if they were just had blank white backgrounds, but I would really argue that it is the backgrounds that elevate these drawings from looking ordinary, everyday, normal, you know, interchangeable, good drawings to fantastic artworks. Which is why, I know it annoys some people, but I spend often a lot of time, especially in our painting classes, working in the background. People are like, oh my goodness, who cares? Let's work on the main character in the foreground. If you've got a good background, it makes whatever's in front of it glow and shine. It's like, you know, it's the difference between, you know, a musician standing on a street corner busking and a musician standing on the stage of the Super Bowl singing, right? A good stage, good supporting cast, orchestra, backup band makes the star look like, you know, like a star versus just some guy standing there playing guitar by themselves in a crowded subway, right? Wow, that's great too. Are these all markers? This is an exceptional use of. Because that looks like some white paint there. I could be wrong. But that looks kind of like markers, so I'm not sure. That's beautiful. Really good use of the coloring materials. It's also, again, so here's a good example too of how, look how the figure is outlined with these black lines, right? It really kind of gives shape to these forms, right? Very effective. And then look at this kind of tail flowing in the background, how there's no sharp black outlines around it. What it does is it definitely makes it look like it's in behind her, for one, because black always comes forward. It always sits in front of everything else. So it gives a great deal of depth there. It makes that tail look like it's in behind and therefore pushing her forward. It's also kind of nice. It just feels a little bit softer, more flowy. Yeah, very, very, very nice. Great work here. Okay, Tatiana, who was here earlier in the chat and signed off maybe a half hour ago. My apologies. We're finally getting to your work, Tatiana. That's beautiful. The Village is my first effort on pointillism, and yes, I liked it. Very cool. I wonder what this image is, or what it's based on, or if this is from your imagination. I love these buildings, these kind of like houses or huts. This castle. This must have taken some time. It looks like it's all done literally using little dabs of paint, which is what pointillism is. But you know, one of the things I always suggest, you know, if you're doing pointillism, is to literally paint out the colors roughly in the right place, and then to go and do slightly darker or lighter versions of those same colors over top of it. It's going to save a ton of time. I think you might have done a little bit of that, but it's hard to tell. Maybe it is all built up mostly with dots. I don't know. But it is very effective. Compositionally, I think it's also kind of nice. I like this this bright baby blue pool, or is that a bridge? Now I thought it was like a pool, like a round pool, and we're just seeing part of it. But I could also see this maybe like as a footbridge going over like a water, and we don't see the other part of the river. But it really draws our attention to the bottom of the page. But then there's kind of a nice echo of that blue in the sky. So it's not just blue out of nowhere, it's in the sky. Conversely, on the opposite side, we've got this sun, a big yellow sun hiding behind the trees. But again, it's also not just there all by itself. We've got some yellow down in the leaves and in the grass below. Right, there's a little bit in the tree up here as well. So there's this nice balancing act that we got yellow up top here, and then it's kind of anchored by some yellow on the bottom. Conversely, we got blue on the bottom, also juxtaposed, counterweight of that blue in the sky. So there's kind of this nice balance, but it's not like you just like, oh, I got to put some blue. Well, I'm going to put a big blue sky there. That would be, you know, I think it would make this painting very unappealing. It would seem very simplistic, childlike, whereas your solution here is very effective. Again, I'd be interested to know what that was based on. That's cool too. This patterning, very nice. Once again, Here's a very effective use, just like we were talking about well-being arts here, of these rectangular shapes that are in the foreground. We could see have a nice little dark gray and sometimes even black outline around them. And they're juxtaposed by a much lighter gray outline in all the other squares in behind. So the effect of that is to create a separation, even though technically a lot of these shapes look color-wise almost identical to everything in the background. A little bit of outlining creates a separation and pops them forward. We've even got a little bit of this black, which sort of looks like an abstraction of a shadow. I think we probably could have had a little bit of that on all 4 of these vases, because we've got one here, one there, but there's no shadows on the one on the far left and second from the right. I consider adding a little shadow there. But that's a really fun painting, really nice abstraction of a bunch of flowers. That's really nice. Again, if that's something that if you've done both of these artworks from your imagination, not based on another artist's work, then Tatiana, my goodness, that's very nice. If it is based on something, there's nothing wrong with that. That's kind of what this whole channel is based on. But if it is, then you've done a very effective job of making work inspired by somebody else. If it's your own stuff, then you have an opportunity to transform these into like t-shirts, posters. I could see them being in every coffee shop by the end of the year. So, Shiraj, this is the original image, and then there's your painting. What? Oh my goodness. Wow, this painting is way better than the original photograph. Okay, well, I think I'm probably just going to have to quit while I'm ahead, because you've officially exceeded my ability here. You should just take over the class and just teach people for me from now on. That's amazing. What a beautiful painting. I mean, I mean, you should be making postcards of this and selling it to people. Making posters, making t-shirts of this. Because, I mean, compositionally, I mean, the original photograph is pretty good. I mean, it's cool. But it's kind of like, whatever. I mean, not particularly appealing. I mean, who wants a photograph of nuclear power plant silos? And as interesting as this bridge with this repeating motif is, you know, not the... I would say most people would not want that as a background out there, you know, front window or in their backyard, right? I mean, this guy paddling down this river, that's really cool. But what you've done is taken all of this imagery, painted it quite faithfully, but with those bright colors, the clouds have just elevated it into like a masterpiece. Like, and it makes those nuclear silos actually appealing. The reflection in the water. Wow. That's exceptional. You better frame this, put this on your wall, sell it to somebody and make some good money from it. And you better be doing a lot more of this stuff, Shiraj. I demand it. Let's see more of that. Holy smokes. Wow. Okay, Serena. This is great. Look at this water, Serena. Wow, everyone, you guys are getting so good. Wow, I love your painting setup here. Good, good. I don't know what else to say. You know, it's funny, like this ship, I mean, obviously there's a lot of detail, the rigging, the masts, and there's some maritime artists who spend a lot of time adding those details. Not that you haven't or you've done anything sloppy or anything, but considering the scale of that, like it looks like that boat is, you know, it's the size of a credit card or something. The water, though, feels so fluid and dynamic, and you know, I wouldn't say menacing, but it doesn't feel like the most, you know, it's, I don't know. Being in the middle of the ocean on a boat is not particularly appealing to me. It seems a little bit sketchy and scary, and so there's a little bit in this painting where I'm like, ooh, I hope everyone gets home all right. I don't know. I mean, just considering, like, think about like the water here, which is just, this just feels like the most beautiful, cleanest water and most calm water you've ever seen. This is like, oh, kind of dark gray water. You can't see below the surface. If you were to tell me there was a Loch Ness monster hiding right under, or a giant kraken about to eat this boat, I would, you know, yeah, it makes sense. Wow, okay, so we'll keep on with the water theme here. Okay, so here's Richard's sunset, trying some new ideas. Not sure if it's finished yet. That is really beautiful. So, scale-wise, I'm trying to think how, I mean, it's hard to tell because there's no real identifiable landscape features. Like, because I'm looking at this and I think, how big are these? Is this like a rock on the other side of a you know, an island in the middle of the ocean? And what is this, a tsunami coming towards me? Or am I sitting on the beach and is this like, if my feet could come up here and these rocks are like, I don't know, maybe a little bit bigger than a tape measure, maybe like a, you know, it could be like a big dog laying down in the shallow water, and this is its hind legs and it's about to brush over, and this is, you know, so it's hard to tell scale wise, which is not a bad thing. I don't mind that at all, but it does lead to some kind of mystery. I like that, you know, the horizon is kind of low, so there's not a lot of kind of dead space. This is beautiful, this reflection here of the sun that really glows, right? Especially on the water, it really pops. And then the color of the light in the sky is really beautiful too. You know, here we have a bunch of kind of empty space. And based on some of the things I've said earlier, one might suggest, well, maybe we should put something here. Maybe there should be an airplane or a hot air balloon or a bird flying around up here. Maybe a flock of seagulls heading home or going somewhere to rest for the day or something. But I think compared to how busy relatively the bottom third of the painting is, sometimes it's nice to have something, just a little bit of a breather on the opposite side to counterbalance that. It's all about contrasts. All artwork, great artwork, is about contrast, right? So whether that's light or dark or vibrant color and muted color, big shapes, small shapes, lots of detail, lack of detail or blurriness, right? We can go on and on and on, all different types of contrasts that we can have in artwork. And I think the more of them you use, the more effective your artworks can be. Okay, so Richard also posted this. So this is not a painting. Very, very clear, it's not a painting. It's interesting how art can be found in unexpected places. So I think this is maybe like Richard's like table, studio, top surface in which Richard is painting, and you know, priming, inputting Matura on these canvases, and then realizing this is kind of cool, the surface. And it's not uncommon. I find quite often in classes people will sometimes prefer the table. They'll kind of finish a painting, look at the painting, put it aside, and then they're like, or they look at the palette and they're like, I kind of like my palette better than I like my painting. And that's one of those weird things, is quite often when we're not trying to make something beautiful, beauty arises on its own, which is one of those weird mystical kind of things. Is it finds a way. Beauty, if you're open to seeing it, it's around us all the time. So great job, Richard. I really appreciate this. The Peeling Paint Appreciation Society. Okay, this is another interesting one that you uploaded here, Richard, where you said, my wife Deborah suggested I paint a Christmas-themed painting. I was thinking of a scene of Godzilla terrorizing a tropical landscape. So I think this might have been you did this around the same time we were doing the Fernand Léger, and you did a painting based on another Léger painting, which will be coming up in a future episode. We'll talk about Fernand Léger and the work you guys did responding to the image here. But this is pretty cool. Like, this type of brushwork, it reminds me of like Paul Gauguin did a lot of this kind of stuff. Not only the organic nature of the forms, but also the way it's painted. Maybe if more than anything, the way that Gauguin painted, which really inspired a group of artists who Les Nabis painters. We looked at Pierre Bonnard a while ago, probably the most famous of the Les Nabis painters. So I don't really think there's another Canadian artist, Peter Doig, who's deeply inspired by Gauguin and Les Nabis painters, who also the style kind. I mean, if we were to look at them side by side, you'd be like, I don't really know if I get that, Michael. But it's not about the imagery; it's about the technical way that these are painted that this really speaks to me. I think this is really cool. I mean, if this is your Christmas themed painting, is there anything really Christmassy about it? I don't know. Does that mean it's a bad painting? Not at all. There's so many times. That's again why I say often, don't be so focused on outcomes. Who cares what your intent is when you start? It's ultimately what you create, and then you create something. You're like, oh, this is supposed to be a Christmas painting. Well, it doesn't really look very Christmassy anymore. I can try to shoehorn and beat people over heads and make the title, Christmas in Tahiti could be the name of this painting, or Christmas Eve in the Manger, or I don't know, something like that. People are like, oh, that's weird, and that could help kind of quote color people's interpretation of it. Or you could call it something else entirely. It could just be like Abstract Forms number 7, or I don't know, it could be dream, a dream of freedom on the ocean. I don't know. It could be something and you might say to people, well, originally I was given the prompt of making a Christmas themed painting, and as I worked on it, this is what came out, and then I realized it doesn't really have anything to do with Christmas anymore. I love it, but I'm just going to stop telling people it's about Christmas, because then they're just going to be confused. Right? Lots of artists do stuff like that. Great job, Richard. Some really beautiful stuff here. And, yeah, I mean, excellent. Yeah, great. As always. Ravi. Okay, so Ravi did a bunch of drawings we looked at earlier. So we got a few paintings by Ravi. Cool. Great. Cool. Ravi says, my Cuba series. Last day, my studio, and 2 watercolor paintings. Not a bad place to set up a studio, on the beach in Cuba. I think there's a lot of people watching right now who'd be like, oh, you know, who look out their window and see a lot of snow, and then look at this and be like, that sounds like a pretty nice place to go and paint. I would agree. I would love to go there right now. Yeah, these are great. I don't know, what can I say? I mean, are there some kind of distortions, let's say, in this car? Yeah. Does it bother me? Not so much. Not really. It feels very playful. I mean, the fact that those 2 wheels are so close together, when generally you want your wheels to be about as far away as possible on a car for stability, is kind of a fun innovation. Like, I mean, this tire is almost right under the driver's seat, right? So, same sort of thing. Like, how would people sit in this? They'd have to sit behind the tire in that seat, right? I mean, it doesn't bother me. I think it's kind of fun and kind of funny. Feels kind of playful. Like, it's weird and strange enough that it could be like almost like a dream sequence, where it's like, I believe it, but it's also not totally logical, just like a dream is, right? These are great. I think these silhouettes. It's like a bus stop or something, some kind of shelter. That's beautiful. Right, these are great, Ravi. It's so exciting to see all of the work you keep cranking out. Awesome. Okay, Paula, summer trail walking. Ooh, that looks nice. So I like how you've got this kind of trail going into the forest, and on one side we've got flowers, and on the other side we've got a pond with like looks like a Canada goose and a duck. I like it compositionally. What could I say? I would think this line here, the water's edge, probably want to be more horizontal. Right now it sort of looks like it's sloping downward towards the corner here, right? Doesn't it feel kind of like it's going down? And then how, I'm not sure. I mean, I think it's great. Don't get me wrong. I do feel like maybe that water looks like it, maybe we want it to be a bit, why is this not zooming out? I feel like we want that, the water looks kind of gray, you know, unless it's like a really overcast day. I think we'd want to put some blue in here that we would see in the sky. Or if the sky is kind of yellow, like a sunset, let's put a bit of that yellow into the water. It's going to reflect a little bit of that. So maybe we'd have a bit of a kind of a bluey green kind of pond. Yeah, maybe just a suggestion. See, what's amazing, Paula, is every once in a while you make artworks like this that just blow my mind. Fuzzy Chan is just joining now, but starting from the beginning. Okay, so you'll eventually catch up to us in 4.5 hours, Fuzzy. Okay. I mean, this is really beautiful, Paula. That's very cool. I would love to see a lot more of this, because this takes a lot of patience, and I think this might be one of your strongest suits, is drawing flowers, still lifes. I would get some flowers and make some paintings of flowers, or take some photographs of flowers. Do a lot more of that kind of stuff. Okay, so let's move on here. This is Natasha. We did this painting. This is one of the very first paintings we did in our painting course. This is a Sonia Delaunay, a Ukrainian painter who is married to Robert Delaunay, one of a quite famous British painter, member of the Vorticist movement. The two of them were. I'm a bit of a bigger fan of Sonia's work than Robert's work. Sonia Delaunay was also an incredible innovator of in fashion and fabric costume design, who dressed in these beautiful, flamboyant, hyper colorful clothing that, if you imagine like somebody walking around with clothes like that today, would attract attention. You imagine walking around in clothes like very brightly colorful like this 120 years ago, you'd be the brightest person in the city. Oh, great. Thanks, Paula. Yeah, that'd be awesome if you work on that painting a little more. That'd be great. Nat, okay, did a bunch of drawings we looked at earlier. So here's a painting. This is great. So this is an example of how, see how minimal, I mean, there's what, like 3-4 colors here. We got kind of this magenta. We've got a warm blue, this dark purpley blue, which is maybe just a mixture of our red and blue together, and a little bit of white as a highlight. And how beautiful this artwork looks. And you even say to yourself, anybody else feel like painting is a bit of a magic trick? It never fails to amaze me how much can be conveyed by simple shapes. Yeah, I agree. I would challenge you to do like fill a whole sketchbook of stuff like this. Find pictures of athletes online, dancers, musicians, and see if you can take those pictures and simplify them down to 50 paintings like this. If you can do that, you would find so many aspects of painting and drawing to become so much easier for you. That's great. Well done, Nat. Okay, Lorenzo. I just want to see, where are we in this stack? Okay, we still got lots of ways to go. We're about a quarter of the way through the painting, so that's great, Lorenzo. The wild patterns, right? Almost kind of clashing patterns, but they're different enough that they clash in a way that is, I think, is positive. Like this, these black and white stripes in the background work really well to juxtapose against this wild, I don't know, cubo floral patterning going on. I also think I love this idea of using the white rimmed glasses and the white and black for the eyes, which echo the colors of the black and white of the background. We don't really see that anywhere else in the foreground. So that there's this kind of nice repetition. You got that in the background and on the foreground, and then in between you got all this intense bright color. That's a really nice image. I don't know if that, again, if this is something you've created out of thin air or if it's based on something. That's pretty cool. Leslie has just the beginning of my painting and drawing journey. Enjoying every minute. This is great. If this is where you're starting, then within no time you're going to be creating masterpieces here. Way to go, Leslie. Excellent. Okay, here's Steph. I don't know if Steph's still there in the chat. It was long ago gone to sleep, but these are great. So we've got Elvis. I think this is Elvis, right? Got a few different versions of Elvis. And then this abstract Elvis, I think. Wow. That's really cool. I like that. This looks like another artist. Alexei Jawlensky, who was part of that Blue Rider group with Gabriele Münter and her husband Vasily Kandinsky. So this really intense use of color. I do want to do a series, or at least one painting, focusing on Jawlensky. I went to art school down in Los Angeles, and down the street from the... I lived very close to the Norton Simon Museum of Art in Pasadena, and they have a really large collection of Jawlensky paintings. So I saw a lot of them when I was there, and made a big impression on me, to say the least. So yeah, now that I look at it, it's like stylistically I'm sure if we look at it, there are some Jawlensky paintings that look very much like this. Anyway, those are cool, Steph. I feel like I'm more attracted to this one than these more, quote, realistic ones. Although these even feel very Renoir-ish. In fact, let's look at a little Renoir. I feel it's almost like this is what Renoir would do if Renoir was painting Elvis. If Renoir ever made a painting of Elvis Presley, I feel it would kind of look a little bit like this. Because we often see he uses these very fleshy colors and blues and greens, and we have those in this very... And often there's a lack of sharp edges. Everything feels a little bit blurry and soft focus. And we have that in your paintings here. So not bad. Not bad to be in company of Renoir. So there's a photograph. Is that the... Interesting. So I think, I can't remember if it was you, Steph, or someone else who made a bunch of work in Pakistan recently. Maybe it's not you. Somebody else coming down the pipeline. That's cool. Is that Wednesday Addams from the Addams Family? With is the hand? Was it Thing? Is it the hand? The Thing? Very cool. That's fun. I like this a lot. That's a great little painting. Wow. Now, what am I looking at here? That is very psychedelic. Like, so we've got this, like, looks like Day of the Dead. Dios dos Muertos, if I'm pronouncing all that right. imagery, the kind of these skulls that are very popular in Mexican Day of the Dead celebrations, and then almost like a Van Gogh-ish like sky. Reminds me kind of Alma Thomas, that African American painter we did artwork inspired by. I think it was our second Master Study painting episode. And then these tentacles, you know, it kind of reminds me of the William Kurelek painting I think you did as well. Lots of very rich image pattern sources here going on. It is very mysterious, though, like trying to figure out what exactly is going on, because story-wise, I'm not sure there's a lot of clues. Like if we've got this skull, but it's barely visible on the side, and then what else is going on next to it? You know, we've got, is it like falling into the abyss here? Is this what we see as death is transporting us into the next realm? I don't know. Wow. Okay. Oh, some wings on here. Man, that's cool. Oops, whoops. Okay. It's interesting how those wings kind of change things. This one here makes me feel like this is like the way she's dressed in some sort of like fantasy, like you know, like the movie The Princess Bride, or some Arthurian legend. And then you put the angel wings and the patterning on her clothes, and now it's goes into a whole other, much more mystical kind of realm. Yeah, they're both really cool. That's great. It does feel like, you know, like almost like a hallucinatory experience of, or dream-like, like you're illustrating a dream that you've had, or a vision, and you're trying to externalize it, to communicate it to people. I love this here, Grandma Moses sugaring off. We did this one a few years ago. This one takes a lot of time. You know, people talk about Grandma Moses, you know, people talk about her and maybe someone like Maud Lewis, Henry Darger as being, you know, like outsider art, not really as good as so-called academic or trained artists. And yet, you know, you try to paint a painting like this, and it's a marathon. The amount of detail in there and fine brushwork is probably very surprising to the vast majority of people who are confident they're going to have a much easier go of it until they start working on this one. Like, whoa, oh, this is going to take me a while. Beautiful. My peacock. Wow, I like this. I like this kind of glow in behind the peacock that kind of brings our attention to the central figure, and then the feathers are gorgeous. Peacocks are really strange. I once worked for an artist in Los Angeles who had wild peacocks that he was, like, as pets that were just roaming around on his ranch, and they're so beautiful. And sometimes they would just just walk up to you, just like a dog. But the sound peacocks make is terrifying. It sounds like a screaming child that is being, like, horribly mistreated. It's just which is just funny because it is so unlike, like, peacocks are such beautiful creatures, and for them to make the sound that is one of the most horrifying sounds in all of nature is just the juxtaposition that is quite alarming. Oh, so Steffi says San Xavier mission in Tucson. Sorry, is that what this is here? Sorry. Is that what we're looking at? Oh. Interesting. Okay, I thought this was kind of like a mosque or something, but that's okay. That does make sense. It does look more like a mission. Okay. Kristen did Frida. That's cool. Great jobs. This is a difficult one. I think I have this one listed as a level 4 painting. One of those, I've had a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, this is my first painting. I'm gonna try doing this one. I'm like, I cannot discourage you enough from trying to do this painting as your first painting. Like, that's a tall order and a kind of a slippery slope to try to climb this. Because of all of the glazing and shading on the face. Very hard to pull off. What can I say? I feel like maybe some of her, it's like maybe her chin is a little bit been trimmed down a bit. Like her whole jawline feels a little bit lower or a little bit smaller than I think it is. You know, not a big deal. This is tricky. This is a tricky one to do for sure. Oh, Frederick Varley's The Sphinx. Finally got this one done. Hope everyone is having a nice week. So, I mean, I love this painting by one of the former members of Canada's Group of Seven. Look, there's a lot of, this is a pretty intricate one here. All the colors in there can be a bit overwhelming for people to pull off. Not an easy one. Especially with acrylic paint. I think this would be a really fun one to do with oil paint, because you really can get in there and mix the colors. With acrylic, it's a little bit trickier to pull off because of how quickly things dry. Okay, well done, Steph. Okay, Kali's got a few here. Oh, let's see here. So Kali, so what am I looking at? All these interesting paintings here. I like these flowers. Looks like almost like watercolor on paper. That's nice. I like, maybe more so than anything, these ghostly trees in the background that are using a very diluted paint. I think it's watercolor probably. And that helps give a lot of depth to this painting. It makes it look like they are, you know, off in a fog in the distance. And I imagine if you try painting those the first time, you're like, I am barely showing up on the page. But that's important when we get to this stage because it helps give depth. Without them, there would be just sort of this empty space in the middle. In fact, I feel like maybe we could even do more of these trees in the distance here. You could continue painting over them. You just want to try to avoid painting on top of the foreground trees, or to paint over top of the foreground trees and then to go back over the foreground trees again and reassert those darker colors on top there. That's great. You know what's funny is, like, I think everything turned out really well. All of this text here, that's really hard to pull off. I really like, this label, or the green wrapping that's on these Tabasco bottles. That is very nice reflection on there. and on the lid. Drawing wise, this is a great drawing. I like the kind of the inside of this bottle, how that, you know, the sauce kind of stains or sticks to or drips down the inner edges of the bottle inside there. Very effective. It's a little thing. I'd almost be inclined to have the sauce come up a bit above the label here, because I'm sure you're like, well, but this is exactly what it looked like. The sauce was like exactly lined up with the corners of the label. And I'd say, yeah, but doesn't mean you have to paint it that way. I probably would have raised the level up a little bit, just to make it clear for people that, you know, this is a half-used Tabasco bottle. And then it would also give us an opportunity to kind of, so for instance, let's say we have this bottle here. I'll just kind of, and you know, I probably would even have, unless this is an ad for Tabasco, oops, let's put this here. I probably would have the label off to the side like this, so it doesn't look like we're literally making an ad for this company. And then I would probably have the level of the Tabasco right here. And so notice how I've got this sauce kind of coming up So rather than going directly to the edge of the bottle, I would probably have a little bit of showcasing that this is the glass, and the glass has some width to it, right? And you could paint this red, but it's just a little bit of a lighter red, and then we have a darker red inside. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm just being a nitpicker. Stephanie says Van Gogh-ish inspired the late Cinnamon Cooney. I'm not sure what that means. Cinnamon Cooney. What does a Cinnamon Cooney mean? I'm going to keep moving on here. Kali, I like this. This is also very strange. Like, not just the painting itself, but the way it's photographed. Because it almost looks like it's a painted backdrop in a movie to kind of create the illusion of a deeper space. And that we've got this table, and then it kind of is intended to kind of go into this shape. Obviously the plant being down there kind of breaks the illusion a little bit. But it is a funny painting because we've got like this plant, and it looks like we've got, you know, an ashtray and a cup, empty cup, and maybe a pack of cigarettes or something laying on the floor. Looks like, you know, somebody just moved into a house, or they're just moving out. All the furniture's gone, and they're hanging out on just sleeping on the floor. Because it looks like there's some boxes there. Or it makes me think of like a movie about a hitman who's going to do something, you know, spying on the people across the street, and obviously doesn't have any furniture, just sitting there smoking cigarettes, looking out some binoculars. It's some police doing a surveillance or something. So it implies an interesting story. The plant that's growing here on the bottom does have a kind of menacing quality. You know, the way that it sort of it's moving, it's lurking in the bottom, kind of like tentacles from the depths of the ocean. There's yeah, it is an interesting painting. There's some compositionally pretty bold, pretty unusual, but it's telling us a story, right? I like that. I like paintings that tell me a story. Oh, you mean the Art Sherpa? Is that what you're talking about? Yes, there we are, Art Sherpa. Yes. Okay, Van Gogh was inspired by the. Okay, I was just confused by the by the late Cinnamon Cooney. Okay, I didn't know if that was my late Cinnamon, like a dog or something. Yeah. Okay, Justin here. Now, when I saw this, I was like, what am I looking at? So, I don't know, there's this comic book here, and a painting on paper. This reminds me of the work of Philip Guston. Oh, wow. How did you get that? That's so small there. Some interesting things going on. I'm not even sure I understand how this has been created, because that would be very hard to draw and paint. So it's almost like you took a photograph of it, printed out, and stuck it on there. Yeah, just it's worth just checking out the work of Philip Guston. If you're not aware of Philip Guston, we did a couple paintings of his. We did this painting and another one a few years ago. I'm a huge Philip Guston fan, but there is something about your painting that has a Philip Guston-ish kind of quality here. I like this a lot, Justin. And then you submitted this, and I'm sure there's probably some description of it on the Facebook group, but there's so much I didn't read. So I'm not sure what this looks like. A photograph taken from above of, you know, waves on like coming across the shore, or above a reef. Like, it feels like we're flying in a drone looking down, or it could just be a bunch of pigment that's kind of been splashed onto a canvas doing like a pouring technique. Cool. Christina. So what are we looking at here, Christina? This looks like some sort of a cat. Very how would we describe that? Patterning. I mean, it looks like a henna tattoo, right? Like the kind that people get drawn or painted onto their arms and faces and stuff. It is funny that this kind of reminds me of some of the stuff that Steph has created recently. Like, you know, think about kind of this. It's interesting that the two different people creating two very, you know, but stylistically there's something there between the two of you that is kind of fascinating. And then Christina got some of these heart-shaped canvases. That's very unusual. I think it's interesting painting on a canvas like that is shaped is it's tricky because it's super unusual. Most artists never use shaped canvases, and if they do, they're often canvases they've shaped themselves. Using one of such a recognizable iconic image of a heart carries all sorts of existing meanings. So, you know, when we're looking at a painting, like we have to take that into consideration. So here, this kind of reminds me of like as if Jean-Paul Riopel or a Cubist painter did a painting of an eagle on a heart, which is kind of a very strange confluence of styles and artists. Similarly here, I think they're all beautiful. It almost has a little bit of a Fauvist or early Emily Carr quality. I could see there being a lot of people who would really like these types of things, paintings in the shape of a heart. It could be like your signature kind of canvas, or is to buy a bunch of these and make hundreds of heart-shaped images. On the other hand, it can also be kind of limiting, because there might be a lot of people like, wow, I like this image, I just kind of wish it wasn't painted on a heart. I don't know if I want a like, I could see a number, like some of my university colleagues would not look favorably on like a heart-shaped canvas, that it might feel kind of very craft-like, that its appeal could be very narrow, or that the shape of the canvas is kind of overwhelming anything that's painted on top of it, that it kind of is directing, controlling the narrative too much. You could see that. But that's a challenge, though, to make a painting that works on a shape like that. That would be made, like, for instance, a square canvas is often considered to be one of the most difficult aspect ratios to use to make a painting, because using something that is, has a rectangular shape, portrait or landscape, is by far what 99.999% of every painting has ever been created, not just in the West, but in the Eastern art histories as well. So doing something square is already a huge challenge. To then go even further onto a heart, I don't know, I'm just kind of rambling about it because it's fascinating to me. You very rarely see anybody doing anything like that. So I applaud your courage to just go ahead and do it anyway. Okay, we've got 60 paintings remaining before we close out for the day, and most of them are by 3 or 4 people, I think at most here. So that means that I won't spend too long on each painting, but I do want to honor all the work that people put in here. So okay, so let's look. We've got Deborah's artwork coming up next. Wow. Okay. Okay, so speaking of the art Sherpa here, here's Deborah's own tribute to the art Sherpa. I don't know if this is something that the art Sherpa did in one of her classes. This kind of headless horseman motif here. This is a really cool painting, really nice. This little baby polar bear is pretty adorable. It is a pretty bold decision to do this polar bear here, the little polar bear, and to really leave the other polar bear almost kind of is been totally cropped out of the picture. Like, all we really know that we're seeing is this one big paw with those huge claws on there, and then trying to identify what is the rest of the, because like that, if that's an arm, maybe this is the hind leg sitting downward, and then what is not, so it becomes kind of ambiguous. I like that it's just this little hint, just those little, because that again gives us a sense of scale, which can be really important, right? Because without the parental polar bear figure in the painting, you could be forgiven if you had a hard time figuring out what age this little polar bear is, right? Because you'd be like, well, it could be a full-grown polar bear. I don't know. Kind of looks on the younger side, but I have no idea. But then you put it right next to this big paw, which is the size of this whole polar bear's head, and you're like, whoa. Two things. Boy, that little polar bear, little baby polar bear is so tiny. It's so adorable. And then second of all, on the other hand, you're like, whoa, the fully grown polar bear, that is a big bear. Ooh, you wouldn't want to run into that on your own. Just as a little side story, years ago I got to go up to the North Pole with the Royal Canadian Air Force as part of the Canadian Forces Artist Program, otherwise known as the War Artist Program. And I was hanging out with, there's a small Canadian Weather Canada station up there at the North Pole. And so we went, took some snowmobiles, and we were driving around on the Arctic Ocean, which is one of the wildest experiences I've ever had. And when we kind of got back towards the military base, which is not very big, it's maybe like the size of a small high school or something. There were a bunch of soldiers, Canadian Forces service members there with guns. And they were like, look at these tracks. And basically there was a polar bear that had been tracking us because they could see, we could see our own footprints and then polar bear footprints on top of our own footprints. Meaning that obviously we didn't see them there because there weren't them there originally. Otherwise we would have taken lots of pictures and we'd be like, wow, what are these things? So you could see our footprints and where the polar bear's footprints had been there to disturbed our footprints, which is kind of alarming because those footprints were big, right? They are, like, polar bears are adorable, but when you see that, like, anyway, that was kind of scary because we were, a bunch of, I'm an artist and I'm with some climate scientists, and you realize, like, obviously none of us were armed or would have had any idea whatsoever how to survive an encounter with a polar bear. So it was like the commanding officer of the base and a couple of other troops. They went off to kind of see if they could find the polar bear. They never told us what happened to it. Who knows? I'm hoping they didn't shoot the bear. But there is concern, like, if that polar bear is feeling that brazen to come close to the installation at the North Pole, then it's a bad sign that it is becoming more comfortable with humans, and that it could lead to it eventually attacking the people on the base. or at least all of that. That's what I was told anyway. That was what. Sorry, but that yeah. I never saw the polar bear and I didn't see it, but it just gives you a little bit, makes you think a little bit. You're like, whoa. I mean, it's everything around was white, right? Everything was covered in snow, and we didn't see it. The other wild thing too, the ice on the Arctic Ocean. I described it as like a forest, because the ice moves around and it kind of, they smash together in these big shards. I called them icebergs, but it's not icebergs. They're called ice flows. And so these big shards of ice get kind of shot up, and they create these abstract shapes. And we're kind of driving around, climbing on them. But that polar bear made me think, like, any moment, any one of us could have just walked around one of these things and there would have been a bear like like right, like it must have been right there, because we were, yeah, anyway. And Chrissy says, yeah, that bear wanted y'all for a snack. I would have freaked out. Yeah, it was eye-opener for sure. Anyway, great job, Deborah. My apologies for hijacking your painting to tell a story, but not many people have a polar bear story, so I thought I'd share a polar bear story here. Deborah, this painting is awesome. This is great. Talk about Renoir earlier. This is a very Renoir-ish kind of painting of these flowers. This is really exciting. It's so exciting to see how far you've come and that you can make a painting like this. Like, for instance, there's little details that I think are just worth mentioning. Like look at the edge of these tables. Most people would not be able to walk away from a painting without going in here and sharpening those edges and defining them more clearly. So the fact that you're confident enough to allow that to be a little bit ambiguous, very impressionist approach, that's pretty exciting. That shows a level of maturity. The way that the flowers are painted are gorgeous. Especially, I think I like these ones on the right the most, where they're kind of turned 3/4 away from us. Beautiful. I don't know, but maybe maybe these are lilacs or something in the background here. Not as defined, not so important to me that they're, I mean, they could be maybe even a little bit darker, maybe a little bit more highlights back there. An argument could be made that we could have a little bit more darkness in some of the leaves, the stalks in behind here. I could see an argument like that, like making a darker green and just doing a little bit of stuff. I don't know. The stalks as they go into the water, that's beautiful. I like all that. The one thing I would say is generally these stems are going to be highly distorted inside the water, and especially in the vase, that they're not going to just go down into the water so nicely. Like, we've got our vase, right, and let's say we've got our water line here. We probably expect like a stem to go in here and then to kind of reappear like that. Let's say another one to come down here and to maybe show up here. You know what I mean? Oops, sorry, like this. So that not only is closer to life, but it helps us understand that this is water and maybe not like a label or something on the outside of the bowl. All right. Try and get a little bit of my drawing in for today. line. So once again, I would kind of maybe draw that like that. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to actually look at some stems to see exactly how it would behave, but that is something that I think. The other thing too is that the water in the vase is kind of making this like eye-like shape. I think we want it to be a bit more oval. Not a big deal. We may even want to see the bottom of the vase here. If we kind of maybe overdid it a bit there, but it's the wrong eraser for, well, wrong pencil for the job. So we might see just a little bit of the inside of that vase. I don't know. A little something like that, I think. Could be. Not that I'm saying you need to go back and redo this painting. I think it is beautiful. It's a huge achievement. I just want to help you make more of these and to get better and better and to start selling them for millions of dollars. Another thing I really like is these just these that little quick dry brush over the surface to suggest the reflections of the glass. It reminds me, we did a painting by Berta Morisot, a great impressionist painter, and she did little things like that, just little dashes, and makes it appear like, oh, that's a piece of glass all of a sudden. It's possible there could be even another reflection or two here that might cross over even the stems or the water line, once again reinforcing that glass-like quality. Yeah, I mean, I hate to nitpick. I just feel like, man, this is close to becoming like a masterpiece. Like if you, for instance, tried repainting this painting, like I wouldn't try to fix this painting. Keep this painting, don't do anything to it, but consider making another one. Like that's what Vincent van Gogh did. He did like dozens of those sunflower, not dozens, about like 6 versions of the sunflower paintings that we know of, that are famous, and then he did another 5 or 6 before that, or that are much less well known. But just, he would make a painting and be like, nah, you know what, I'm going to change the colors in the background here, modify this or that. And I think if you did that, incorporate some things I just talked about, like, you'd have a painting that would be museum worthy, right? Like, you're getting to that point, Deborah, that which, I mean, you got to be super excited that if you're cranking stuff like this out, well done. Okay, let's move on here. Christina, wow, oh my goodness, we've got a few here, so let's just take a look. Christina, okay. So we did this one here by Timothy Boychuk, a great Ukrainian artist who died very young. His older brother is much more well known, and kind of the origin of the whole Boychukism movement that was popular for a time, and it was quite an important small art movement within Ukrainian modern art. But I really love this painting. After I finished my version of this painting, I had it in our dining room for really up until the time we moved. So it was really one of my favorite paintings we've ever done. So I'm happy that it inspired you as well. Wow, what are you looking at? Inspired by a Google photo of an Antrim countryside in Northern Ireland. Wow. It does feel kind of like a house in the middle of the countryside for sure. I suppose anything I can offer here. I do feel like the the road or pathway is a little bit lacking, a little empty. Like it kind of comes around here. Like I kind of want to see something here, like some rocks or twigs or an old bicycle leaning up against this wall. Like what is this, like where this is a driveway or where cars would park, or a garden? Like there's a bunch of, like I don't mind it so much in the sky, because Ireland, just like Vancouver, can often have these white overcast skies. But the path almost demands a little bit of detail. I'm sure I could see some people vehemently disagreeing with me, but just thinking out loud. That looks great. Beautiful job. Maybe even most particularly on the background. I really like how that turned out. This obviously we did this Modigliani painting a couple of years ago. My middle school pretend husband, Nick Rhodes of Duran Duran. Very funny. That's a really nice painting. That turned out great. I don't know if this is just based on a photograph. That turned out really good. I love that you painted the eye and then painted brushstrokes over top of it where the hair is blocking out most of that eye. That's really nice. That eye is still poking through the hair there. That's great. I like that. That's a really nice iconic painting. I am feeling like I might have wanted it to be a little bit more to the right. I might have taken up, because there's a bit of empty space over here. I probably would have tried to center that face. Yeah, I mean, again, tiny nitpick, but just something to think about. That, however, this is just gorgeous, Christina. Sansa Stark from Game of Thrones. Wow. I mean, there are fans of Game of Thrones that would buy this painting and commission you to do more of them. He says, I was so proud of the Nick Rhodes because I only used white and gray. Really? Wow. That's amazing. Yes, you should be very proud of this painting. Painting with a really limited, extremely limited palette like that, of maybe 2 or 3 colors maximum, is very tricky, because you've got to manage all of those very fine, various different tones, and that's something people find really difficult to do, right? It's much easier when you've got blue and red, right? I mean, 2 very different colors, which can have different tones also, or the different levels of value, right? Every value is how we measure the difference between light and dark in a painting, right? So when you've got when all you have is value, which is, it's like a black and white drawing, right? It's tricky. So once you start putting in color, the what would you call it? The qualities that you can modify increases dramatically. Yeah, so that's very impressive. Anyway, this Sansa Stark you've done here, this is also just fantastic. I mean, the face, I mean, that's beautiful. The face is, without a doubt, absolutely stunning. An exceptional job of rendering and highlights. You know, the skin tone too, like her skin color, at least in the Game of Thrones, is very, very fair. And that can also be really tricky for people to pull off. I like that. Her hair is beautiful. I love these little strands of kind of slightly unkempt hair that are kind of loose there. That's a nice little touch of authenticity. The braiding, that's also not easy. It's much easier to braid hair than it is to paint braided hair by a long by a long measure, right? Also, this big fur that she's wearing, not easy to do. All right, that's very effective. Right, lots of little brush strokes and layers of various different light and dark brush strokes. And it is a little bit hard to see this through the reflection on the canvas, but this pattern on her clothing here. Oh, okay, now okay, I see it now. So, okay, here's, I think, right, this is the eye of like a dragon. There's the nose. There's the mouth. Right? Because I got a little confused for a second. I thought this was like another eye, nose. Maybe there is double-headed dragon or something. Hard to see. But it feels very lifelike, like maybe more than anything we've seen today in terms of portrait. Something that could feel like it could just leap off the canvas and walk into our room, or that we could fall into it and exist in her world. The background too, as I said, you know, this painting I think would look great with just a plain white background, but it's the Stark Wolf, that's right. But it's this kind of blurry, foggy, out of focus background that really helps support the main figure in front of it. It gives us a sense of where this person lives, not just like, you know, the time of day, the climate, the place on Earth, right? The fact that it is kind of a overcast, moody sky, that it's kind of like a slightly barren kind of northern England kind of landscape that is kind of a little bit hostile to humans, right? Just, you know, if you didn't know anything about Game of Thrones, you didn't know who this character was, but you saw this, you'd be like, man, that's a tough woman, like living in that world. Like, it doesn't, this is not a portrait of someone at the beach, right, lounging around. You're like, this lady's like had to, you know, this is not a climate that is friendly to people, right? I like it. Thanks, Christina. You made my week. Thanks so much for sharing your awesome work. All that time and effort you put in there is great. Well done. Yeah, great job. I'd love to see more stuff like this. Like, if this is what you're capable of doing, then, you know, because a lot of people really struggle painting portraits, and you've got a couple of really exceptional portraits here. Even this landscape, it makes me think of, like, well, I mean, what if we try to do one of these once a week, you know, for all of 2026? You crank out one portrait a week, or one portrait every 2 weeks, once a month or something like that. You get yourself in a habit of making another one and thinking about, like, you start kind of coming up with lists of names of people that you want to make paintings of. They could be famous people, like your imaginary husband, or they could be friends, or just random people you find pictures of in magazines, you know, for a perfume ad or something. And you just keep on working on them, and you start kind of really developing your own style. Like a challenge like this, where you're using a very limited palette, or you think of like a palette that is synonymous with a particular person, like trying to think of an example might be, I don't know, what would be an example? Like Mick Jagger using, you know, like the red and black that often the Rolling Stones are associated with, or I don't know, a bass Shohei Ohtani from the Los Angeles Dodgers in blue and white of the Dodgers base. You know, I don't know. Just thinking off to those. That I mean, that would those are that those are that's actually almost a little bit more extreme. That's pretty complicated, but sometimes people find doing that to be easier than just saying, okay, well, let's make a painting of Mick Jagger. You can use all the colors you want. It's like, oh my goodness, well, that's can be, maybe for some people that's too complex. It's saying, okay, well, all you can use is black and red. Make this picture. Like, oh, okay, well, that's a challenge. Now I've got very defined parameters. I can work within that, just like you've done here. And I don't know why, but that seems very appropriate to Duran Duran. When I think of Duran Duran, I think of this palette of blues and white and black. One of the Duran Duran album covers is like, now you got me. I'm like, why? What made you think of Duran Duran? Oh, that's a very famous this album cover. Rio within the design community, very, very famous. You got me. It's a music video. Maybe I'm thinking there was that album they put out. They did their kind of comeback in the late '90s that used that kind of this image of with Bob Dylan and Lou Reed and stuff. Anyway, it's I don't know why, but it seems super appropriate to Duran Duran. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Great job. Either way, I should move on, but that's well done. Great, great, great. Okay. Selena did this painting here. Cool. It's a very simple, humble little painting. Is it? Whoa, come on back. That is the same painting, right? Just double checking. It's interesting when I look at it up close. I don't see. It's not clear to me that you've done anything to like the background. But when I see this little version here, I like how the color's been like the canvas. It looks a little bit kind of dirty. Not dirty, but it's like an off-white, like it's a bit of a cream color, and that it's much clearer because you can see the so-called white of this wall, and it's not when we look at this here, it's like a white canvas. I think this makes me really happy seeing that you've done something to customize this canvas, given it a slightly different color. It almost kind of looks like, it gives it a bit of it's almost like a snowy white that makes this bird look like it's like the first bird in spring coming out. The sun is finally appearing through the white of winter skies and is bringing some life back into the frozen climate. That's great. I like this one a lot. It's a nice little painting. I don't know how big it is. It looks like it's actually quite small. It'd be neat to see, like, what if you did 20 of these? I mean, that's that's a typical art school teacher thing to say, is like, that's great. Make 50 more of them. Everybody who's ever been to art school has had some teacher say that exact same thing that's been said to me, and I've said it to my students many times. With the idea of being is like, okay, let's prove that you're not a one-hit wonder. Let's do dozens more of these and make a body of work, right? Because that's what a body of work is. A body of work is like, you want to put together an exhibition, and you don't want just to have 20 random paintings that could have been done by 20 different people. I mean, generally you don't. You want them to have some kind of thematic consistency, color that runs through them all, imagery that is consistent, something so that you make this kind of chapter of artwork, and then next year you might come back and you might make more of them, but maybe they're all summertime paintings or nighttime paintings of birds. I don't know. Right? Kathy, who was here with us earlier for like 4 hours and eventually finally fell asleep and signed off. This is beautiful. Now, there was an interesting story. You tried to do something that you took a photo of the beach and you colored all over the details to make it more abstract, and then this is how it turned out. And you seem to be kind of, I don't want to say down on yourself, but just kind of like, you know, you tried to make an abstract painting, and this is what came out the other end. I don't know if that's such a bad thing. It reminds me, okay, I want to even write this down. So this reminds me of E.J. Hughes, Canadian, British Columbia painter. He almost did a painting or two quite similar to this compositionally. Kind of like this. I'm sure if we looked through his whole oeuvre of paintings, we would find one like what I'm talking about. But it does feel like this is approaching an E.J. Hughes type of style. Okay. I like what's going. I mean, I like the way everything's painted. It feels like there's something missing. So it makes me feel like I want something down here in the bottom. It's like I either want some more driftwood or logs, or a forgotten sand bucket here, or someone swimming in the water, or a sea lion poking its head out of the water, or a canoe paddling in, or a boat tied to a stick here that's bouncing around in the water. I want something here, and I want something dark too. Like, we've got all this real dark black and green here. I kind of want like a orange bucket or a orange buoy floating in the water here. I feel like the sky is pretty nice. Like, you know, I suppose we could put a cloud up there. But maybe that's, I don't know, it just feels like something's missing there, Kathy. Let's see, Christina says, I'm accepting the challenge. I would love to do a series of landscapes that kind of map out my ancestry. That's thematic, right? Absolutely. Right, you've got this one here that you've got started. You've got one here. Yeah, if you did, you know, if you're originally from Ireland, perhaps, Northern Ireland, I should say, and I mean, maybe you are, maybe you're not, I don't know, but yeah, if maybe you've got some old photographs that have been sitting in a photo album, and you pull them out and you make photos of, you know, where your great-grandmother lived, or photos of family vacations from when you were 5 years old. Yeah, anything like that, you know, or I think that could be really, really rich territory. I mean, I always suggest to my students, like, explore your family history, your cultural history, because I'll have students come from all over the world taking my classes who come from China, and I tell them, okay, I want you to choose 5 artists that you really like, and make a painting inspired by each one. And many of them will come back and they'll do a painting by Van Gogh and Picasso, and the typical old white dudes, right? Nothing against Van Gogh and Picasso. We've done probably more episodes of anybody featuring those 2 artists. But it's like, you come from China. China's like one of the most rich cultural places on earth, and you're going to do something on Van Gogh and Picasso? Like, there's some of the greatest artists in human history come from China. So let's explore some of those artists that you're, I would say, kind of directly competing against historically, right? You should be in conversation with those artists. So, yeah, absolutely. Explore a series of landscapes that kind of map out your ancestry, right? Do it. And then not only that, you could then go and take those paintings and bring them with you. Go to where your family is originally from. Hold that painting up in front of the landscape as it looks now today, right? So that we see, I don't know, there's lots of rich territory to explore. So this painting by Tom Thompson that Kathy did, that's beautiful. This has been on my list of paintings to do for a long time. I've wanted to do this as a New Year's painting, either New Year's, usually a New Year's Eve one or something, because it's just something about it that has this kind of like sunset, right? And I would think of like New Year's Eve as like sunset, and New Year's Day is like new sunrise for the whole year. So I'm so excited you did this one. Yeah, it'd be cool if you did more of these here, Kathy. That's great. I love that. Christina says, I'm born and bred in Memphis, but I've been doing ancestry stuff for years. Lots of European and Canadian heritage, but it seems fun to map out the migration of the generations. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm fascinated by family histories as well. It's super interesting to think about where we've come from and how all of that impacts who we are today. What else could I say here, Kathy? I'd have to look at the original Tom Thompson. I do feel like I would probably have modified the because this is I think the water's edge here, and what we're looking at on the bottom quarter or so of the painting is, this bottom chunk here is the reflection in the water. I kind of want it to be a bit different. I mean, like, look at how this part of the sky is different than the actual sky. So I kind of feel like I want the reflection of this hillside to be slightly different, possibly a little bit more like muted somehow, or conversely a bit more saturated color-wise. I mean, I have to look at what Tom himself did here, but I suspect we want something to be a little bit different. Treasure chest. Oh, on the shore. If that's what you're suggesting, Kathy, that would be cool. A treasure chest. That would, if we're talking about the same thing here, a treasure chest right here on the beach, that would totally change how one might read this painting. Because right now it sort of looks like this is like a little cove on a windswept part of, I don't know, Vancouver Island or something. put a treasure chest here. Now it seems like this is ripped out of, you know, Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island or something. Right? That would be cool. Beautiful. Sunflowers in a meadow. Not original. It was not the original, but I had fun painting it. Yeah, that's cool. That's beautiful. It does feel like that's a really nice composition. Right? It's great. Like the new, even though the sky is, you know, it's kind of empty. There's not like something flying around there, or clouds. Because of the way it's painted, there's different kinds of areas in the sky. It does a nice job of kind of acting as a counterpoint to all of the detail and activity, energy in the grass and the flowers. That's a nice one. Very cool. There's another one by Kathy. Here we've got Mondigliani. Oh, this is beautiful. That's a quite well-known Mondigliani. This could be a fun one to do as well. It seems like the Mondigliani ones were quite popular, so we could do a few more episodes focusing on him. Although I've got, like, I was planning out future episodes. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'll be doing this for the rest of my life. There's so many more paintings I want to do. Lauren Harris painting. It looked simple enough to get back into painting. Not true, lots of details. Yeah, that's cool. What an interesting color palette he used here, hey? Definitely an unconventional composition. I mean, not really weird. Huh. From the 1920s. This is right in the middle of his, like, group of 7 phase. But you could start to see where he starts getting more and more abstract, and stylization really kind of takes over his work. Beautiful. I love this Emily Carr. Great. That's cool, Kathy. What did I say about that? I don't know. I think that's very similar to what the original looked like. Really nice use of restraint, let's say, particularly in the sky, and even in the road. That's great. I like it. Oh, wow. The arbutus tree, right? Huh. I'm not so familiar with this painting. Emily Carr, arbutus tree. Interesting. I was going to say, it looks darker in real life. I would have imagined she would have had more contrast. The Emily Carr paintings tend to feel very... they're very physical. Like they're... she's known for... the solidity of forms in her work is such an iconic part, especially the most famous era of her career. I guess 1922. This is actually the end of her French period, I think. Yeah, this is before she gave up painting. So this is an early Emily Carr painting. So I'm not aware of this particular one. That's interesting. I'll have to take a look at that one a little closer. Oh, wow. Zinnia in a vase, copied from an art book on how to do gouache. I like it. Wow. That's lovely. Wow. A lot of people would find this level of detail or just the complexity of shapes to be a bit overwhelming and might avoid trying to do a painting like that. That's great. Obviously this is based on something, my instinct would be to see something of that, the back of that table coming through. It kind of reminds me, like, so we were talking about this with like Deborah, and we've got this glass, this vase, right? Well, so let's try drawing this here. We've got, all right, so we've got this cup here, and we've got a stem coming in. I'm assuming, based on the way that it's painted, that there's no water in here, right? If there was water painted, we would see this kind of thing, right? Those stems kind of breaking around. It's okay that there's no stem, right? But so then we've got the table in the back. Oh, so we got the table coming through, and if it's transparent enough that we can see this black stem inside the vase, then I would assume it's transparent enough to see the edge of the table in behind. Now, my instinct would be to, rather than just draw that line, would be to kind of maybe show, you know, a little, some kind of distortion that the glass is creating. So that line, and we'd have to just actually set up a vase and put a stem in there and just see how does it affect that background. But I would imagine there'd be something happening. The other thing I would say is we'd probably want the bottom of the vase, the inside bottom, to be suggested anyway. Oh, okay, so Kathy says the photo was cut off, so I had to make it up for the purple vase. Interesting, okay. Well, that's fine. So, given that that's the case, it does make me think that, you know, we might want to just fudge something in there very lightly. Yeah, the other thing, too, potentially we could have a bit of a shadow in here. It looks like the light is coming from the top left, or even maybe even in behind it a little. It's also not quite clear. Although we got this highlight right here. Either way, my thinking is that this shadow would be somewhere here, right? Like, I would think that shadow would be maybe something here. I don't know. That's my thinking anyway. But I mean, I'm just, again, nitpicking because I think it's great and really close to being perfect. Okay, well done, Kathy. We got Barbara's work up here. So looks like this is Falmouth, England. That the name Falmouth. That sounds so funny. Like foul mouth, like somebody said a foul word. This is beautiful. I love how you added these little kind of what do you call them, flags? Festival flags kind of stringing across the plaza there. That's really nice. That's quite a bold decision. I wonder what motivated that. Because the building itself is quite lovely, right? And I could see many people, because I mean, if we just zoom in, that's kind of like what the composition would be like. But you've gone in and put those up top there, which is, I think, it contributes really well, and color palette wise is really nice. It definitely works with all the other colors that we have here. That pink and blue provide a nice contrast to the mostly yellow and green of the the rest of the painting. And that pink isn't, it's not too intense or saturated that it distracts from anything. I do feel like there's maybe something that could go in the bottom right. If anything, maybe just the signature. Like, this is one of those instances where sometimes a well-placed signature acts as part of the composition. And it's definitely sometimes one of the things I think about when I'm making my own painting is, like, as I start kind of plotting it out, it's like, okay, well, it could go here. Well, you know what? Maybe my signature could go there. But there's definitely times I work on a painting and I look at it and be like, if I put a signature here, it's going to ruin this whole composition. So then I don't even sign it. I'll sign the back, but not the front. I could see a signature being down there. I think that would actually work really nicely. I'd probably just paint it with, what color would you sign that with? Maybe one of these browns. I'm trying to think, would you, I'd say brown or blue or like a dark yellow, or I guess you could go darker into this grayish black. That could work. Would it be this blue or that blue? Interesting choices to make. Okay, Barbara sent this one in here. A cat, our Siamese cat in watercolor. I painted it in 1997. I had given it to my brother and wife, and I stopped painting altogether in 2001 for almost 20 years until I started back up again because of these classes. That's cool. Wow, Barbara, you were an excellent painter before we even met. So I'm so excited that you've gotten your mojo back and you're cranking out masterpieces again. Well done. I love this one. This is really nice. I mean, your brother and his wife should be very pleased with what you created there. I love it. Okay. We've got... There's a couple more things of yours, Barbara, but we'll look at them at the very, very end. I'm holding them out for the end here, in case you're like, what? He forgot. No. I didn't forget. I'm saving the best for last here. Okay. So I think our last set of paintings are all by Ari. Ari, for whatever reason, I'm sure there's probably something mentioning why in the on the Facebook group that I missed. I didn't read, but uploaded like 50 paintings all at once. So let's just go through them. And I don't know what has gone on with you, Ari, but you've had this like incredible breakthrough over the past couple of months that has led to this just absolute explosion of creativity, and the quality of your work has just, you know, has exploded. It's really remarkable. Wow. I mean, some of these are paintings inspired by other artists, and some of them appear to be paintings that you created on your own while on a trip to Pakistan, I think. Okay, we reached the end here. Maybe let's go back to the beginning. So some of these are artworks that are based on another YouTuber called the Paint Coach, who I think does oil painting exclusively. I could be wrong, and that's a good reminder, because somebody asked me the other day about a good oil painting instructor. So the Paint Coach is somebody, he's a young guy, probably maybe even younger than I am, who does art lessons online. I think maybe one of the differences, I think a lot of his stuff is behind a bit of a paywall, but yeah, these are great. So this, oh, I was going to say, it looks like Amsterdam. Yeah. Van Gogh. We did this painting a couple years ago. This is in the Getty Museum collection, Irises. This is another Van Gogh. So a view in Pakistan. That's a really neat point of view, either from an airplane or from like a high up in a tower looking down, but that's really beautiful. Upari is another good one. Oil painting teacher on YouTube, is that maybe what you're mentioning? I'm not aware of Upari, but that's cool. That's great. This is really nice how you've how Ari you transformed this apple into a bit more of a geometric form and kind of these chunky shapes, so that you're really just focusing less on the forms, more so the color here. That's nice. That's a nice, some kind of tangible and meaty about this. Some town in England. That's funny. Okay, Upari. I'll just check him out. Let's get rid of that. That's cool. That's great. I like this. I like those shadows coming towards us. Rochester, England. That looks like a kind of a precarious building, right? If you're walking down this little alleyway, or one of those days, somebody walking underneath that house is gonna have something fall on them. What does it say? Rochester, England. Interesting. Renoir, beautiful. Ari, wow. Portrait before starting a portrait painting. The after will come in a few months. Great. Wow. If this is before, after is going to be even more amazing. I like these, the different zones, the colors in the face that you've got here. These a bit more of kind of muted, bluey colors in the face. Really nice. Some of this reminds me, all of these, we talked about William Kurelek, and how right before he died, he spent like, I don't know, a month in Ukraine and made like hundreds of drawings and sketches and a few paintings while going around the countryside of Ukraine. And this is Poland, right? So similar landscape and architecture, actually. Wow, these are great. Wow. Look at that. I mean, yeah, this is based on a, 16th century painter, but it still has to be painted, right? That's pretty cool. Cezanne. Did we do this Cezanne painting? I don't know if we did this one. I know that in my in-person classes we do this one. I don't know if we've done it on the channel yet. You definitely can see, I mean, this is definitely the style of the Paint Coach. These kind of little bit more muted colors. He's using a particular palette. Obviously, this is not the paint coach. This is an artist whose style is like the paint coach. But using a kind of these more muted, warmer colors in the foreground. There's a lot of white in almost all those colors, it seems, right? I mean, obviously, especially in the background. What's really nice is seeing that it's your paintings that you're creating, Ari, are almost indistinguishable from the paintings that you're making inspired by other artists and from classes by other instructors. That's very encouraging because it suggests that you're at that point where you've gathered all of this knowledge and skills, techniques, and they're just kind of flowing out of you. And that you're creating images of things that you see without having to kind of overthink it. Like, this is beautiful. I mean, compositionally, what a gorgeous, paint. This kind of river and the mountains in the background and this big tree that's quite a bold composition to put that, because kind of this area right behind this tree, I would imagine, is kind of like the sweet spot of that composition. So to put a tree right in front of it, that's pretty bold. The shore in front of us and these rocks and twigs, these are like, man, you are just on a riding high. Amazing. Christina says, so many talented, wonderful people in this group. Tell me about it, right? Isn't that wild? Kathy says, great show, Michael. Thanks. I caught the very end and will work on my stuff. Thanks, Kathy. Good work. This looks like a paint coach. Yeah, this is definitely a paint coach episode. Yeah. Another one here. Cool. Interesting shapes for those trees. I really like the cows here. That's definitely one thing I really like about that one. These are great. Orthodox Church in Poland. These are beautiful. I wonder, did you sketch these out on location, or did you take photographs and then bring them home and draw based on the photos? I have no judgment either way. I really like how you've got these kind of like vignette kind of, how the paint kind of just fades out near the bottom here. That, by the way, is, if you're ever thinking of doing like illustration for magazines, that kind of stuff is great. Editors, layout artists love this kind of stuff because it just helps them, very to compose like you see this kind of thing in the New Yorker magazine, for instance. They kind of set the standard for illustration in modern magazines. Wow. That's great. Sleeping dog. I love that bright orange imprimatura. Beautiful. My first plein air painting, a garden in summer. It was too hard to draw from life. Looks wonky, but I recognize the garden. That is beautiful. I think it's great. Like the subtle shadows on these planters. That's great. Wow. This is excellent. I wonder... I mean, the way that this is painted suggests that this is kind of on a hill. Is that correct? As opposed to just the... I mean, maybe it's the corner of a lot, of a yard. If this was not on a hill, I would imagine that would kind of be a little bit more straight in the background as opposed to kind of going downward. Not no worries either way. Even if it was kind of flat, it is a little bit more dynamic, that it is kind of rising towards the chair in the background. Like the chair definitely feels like the focal point of this painting. that all roads are kind of pointing towards it. Got all these dynamic diagonals kind of all working their way towards the middle. I know that this is, you know, obviously some of these lines are pointing here and some of these lines are pointing towards that pink bush, but those diagonals are going towards the center. You know, these buildings that are poking up over the hedge, or the, you know, it's actually a nice little detail too, that it helps us understand a little bit of the context, that, you know, that there is a town or village or other human habitation beyond that this is maybe even like a sanctuary surrounded by a bustling city, as opposed to like this being in the complete countryside, and there's, you know, just farmland as far as the eye can see in either direction. If so, I would probably have removed those things and made it feel kind of like we are in the middle of nowhere. We've got this beautiful little pastoral scene, you know, surrounded by wilderness, versus here this suggests to me that, whoa, how'd that happen? That this is like a little secret garden surrounded by, you know, civilization or something. I like that. This is really nice. Again, all of the flowers, leaves, the planters, man, that's exceptional, Ari. Okay, that's beautiful. Mosque in Lahore. Wow, that's really. I love this kind of pink in the horizon, kind of the sun setting or rising behind this mosque. Wow, look at that. It's interesting how like this, the way you've painted it too. This sky being a little bit gray, and pastelish gray, and the way that it kind of creates this haze of the town in the background, you know, and then the sun coming right behind this minaret here, like it's just glowing, and it's glowing through the haze. That's really beautiful. Wow, excellent. Pizarro. Courbet, cool. That is great. This is on the list of things to do. Probably won't get to it anytime very soon, but you've done an exceptional job here. That Monet. You did a number of using this this landscape feature. I think this is like off the north coast of France, like Calais or something. I've been wanting to do a Berthe Morisot painting for Mother's Day for a while now. I've had it all queued up, and then generally Mother's Day tends to kind of get a little bit busy, but I've tentatively scheduled one in for this year. We'll see if we can actually do it, or maybe I might just have to do it a few weeks before. Wow. Attempting to paint in the style of Cézanne. That's pretty cool. One thing... Cézanne is famous, though, for some of these kind of like sharp lines blocking in the landscape a little bit. I mean, you've got that obviously in the architecture, but I almost see a bit more of that somewhere else. Unless this is like an early Cézanne. As he goes further and further, they become a little bit more... well, I mean, that's why the Cubist painters Braque and Picasso saw Cézanne as like God because of that. That's how they got so inspired for it. I wonder what this almost looks like the Lionsgate Bridge here in Vancouver in Stanley Park, but not quite. I wonder where that is. Attempting a painting the style of Turner. I wonder where that where this location is from. Wow. I mean, these are just so great. I mean, I don't know what to say. Caravaggio, that's great. Cal, oh wow. And then here we are, Edward Hopper painting. Huh. That's beautiful. So, painting the style of Edward Hopper. This guy smoking a pipe while reading a book inside of a home. Yes, very Edward Hopper-esque for sure. Although I'd almost say Edward Hopper... I would almost expect that guy wouldn't be doing anything. He might be holding his pipe, but would be more likely to just be looking off into the distance, or just kind of seated. I feel like that's the fact that this guy is reading is way more active than anything Hopper did. Hopper would be more likely to just, the figures are kind of like what do they call it in video games, and a non-player character, an NPC, kind of just in a holding pattern, like in some kind of Twilight Zone episode waiting to be activated. Okay. So, we're just about to wrap up. I just want to quickly remind everyone to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when these future episodes are taking place. I'm not sure, probably, maybe as soon as this, tomorrow? Could we do a painting tomorrow? Or tomorrow or Wednesday? I don't know. So hit the notification bell so you know as soon as I know what the schedule is going to be, because I'm going to have a little bit more time this semester to do videos, and might be some spontaneous ones. So click that notification bell so you know you get notified when I'm going to be doing a live episode. If you want to support the channel with a couple dollars, you found anything I've said to be useful or interesting, if it's helping you sleep, consider making a donation to the channel. But if you click that PayPal link or you scan the QR code, it takes you to this page. You can safely, securely donate to the channel. If you want to support the channel with a e-transfer or check or mail order or whatever, or you've got a Lamborghini that you don't need anymore and you're trying to get rid of it, I will take it off your hands. I will not complain. And to contact me, send me an email. My email is on my website. That link is down there below. And on the Facebook group, that link is down there below as well. Speaking of the Facebook group, if you want to participate in the next one of these happening in February, scan the QR code or enter that web address. It'll take you to the Facebook page. It's also the first link in the video description below. I'd love to see what you've been up to, what you've created. I want to celebrate your achievements. I think the more people making art, the better our world will be. And so just speaking of a couple of artworks that I want to highlight here to kind of as we wrap up. I saw this here that Barbara took these made a painting, which we'll look at here in a moment, and these are some leftover bits from it, apparently, and turned them into Christmas cards. Now, I think she ran out of time to mail these Christmas cards for this year, but now Barbara's already got her Christmas cards ready for this upcoming year. And I think it's a great way of often recycling extra paint that you've got left over after a painting session, or taking a painting that you don't like, and instead of just throwing it out, is to consider cutting it up and turning it into a collage. I think these look really cool, really fun. The fact that they're customized, the likelihood that someone's going to keep these cards around for years later and is much more likely than just some card you get at Hallmark for $5. These are something that are going to be a keepsake. It doesn't have to be Christmas cards. It can be birthday cards, Valentine's cards, whatever you want to celebrate. Making your own custom card, I think, is a great way of spreading creativity around, inspiring other people to get more creative. And I wanted to end here with this painting by Barbara here, a quick painting for a friend's daughter who loves pigs. Hand drew the basic shapes and looked at lots of pictures to get an idea. I love this painting. It just brings such a smile to my face. Maybe it's because my daughter is obsessed with Peppa Pig, and I have seen every Peppa Pig episode, I don't know, at least 200 times, probably a lot more than that. Yeah, there's something about the colors. I mean, not just the pink of the pig, but these kind of teal aqua colors in the background, these yellows and reds, or not reds, greens and browns. It's just a very fun, playful painting. I think what an awesome gift for a little kid. Imagine growing up and seeing actual art made by human beings in your home, maybe people that you know. How exciting that would be as a little kid to recognize, like, wow, that painting that's in our living room, that's Auntie Barbara? Whoa, like, that's so, it just gives kids the idea that anything is possible, that being an artist is not something that only special people can be, that anybody can be an artist. Anybody can learn how to draw. Anybody can learn how to paint. Anybody can create artwork and make their homes a more beautiful, inviting place to be, a place that you want to spend your time in, that you want to invite other people in to share in that beauty. And of course, that also inspires other people who come and visit and see your work to make their own art. And those little ripples spread out, and we never really know the effect that we can have to inspire other people to pursue more positive interests and outlets for their ideas and energies, their excitement and joy, and also frustration and anger, right? Just imagine more people, when they got angry, went into their garage or into their basement or at their kitchen table and did a drawing, instead of, starting a fight or a war with another country, right? I think we'd live in a much more beautiful, positive place, and that's the place that I want my daughter to grow up in. And so thank you, all of those of you who've kept me company here, not just today's episode here as we go into almost 6.5 hours, but who've been keeping me company for almost 6 years now. This March will be our 6th anniversary since I started doing these live streams, and I thought I'd be doing this for a few months, and I've been doing this for many more months than expected, and I'm excited to continue this year. This is going to be a big year. I want to do a whole episode talking about the future of the channel and stuff, but I haven't eaten in like 7 hours, so I'm gonna take a break, and we'll do that episode in the future. So hit that notification bell so you know when that's gonna happen. So thank you, everybody. I'm looking forward to a big year and to make a lot of awesome paintings and drawings with you. Until then, we'll see you soon. Take care. Have a great day, and congrats to all of that incredible work you guys made. Well done. You are so inspiring. You inspire me every day. I'm very, 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 very lucky. Goodbye.